Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Quirk Thief? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. All men are not created equal. When Midoriya Izuku was 4 years old, he learned that some people had more power than others. What he believed this power to be, at the time, was the existence of a quirk. Midoriya Izuku didn't have a quirk when he was 4 years old. When he was 5, the doctor said that he wasn't quirkless, but that he probably had an invisible quirk of some sort, one that was simply unnoticeable, or one that required specific circumstances to be activated. As the doctor and his mother spoke, little Izuku played with a complicated wooden box puzzle from the doctor's desk, and put it back when it was time to leave. The puzzle had been solved, and Izuku made a mental note to ask his mother to get some of his own, as it had been more entertaining than those he had to choose from at home and at school. Midoriya Izuku didn't have a quirk when he was 4 years old, but he certainly had one when he was 5. Mama, the quirk doctor said that when my quirk showed up, it would be either your quirk, Dad's quirk, or a combination of both, but it's not. Do you know why? At 6.5 years old, having had his quirk for a little over a year, Midoriya Izuku was a startlingly intelligent boy. He could read and write as though he'd been doing so for years, and his vocabulary was already roughly that of a young adolescent. His skill with numbers was also nothing to sneeze at, though it was closer to where it should be for a child his age, taking home above average marks with a few average grades every once in a blue moon. The green-haired boy was truly gifted, and his teachers had recommended he be moved up a few grades on multiple occasions, though Midoriya Izuku had never done so. See, for all of his academic intelligence, young Izuku was still very much a 6-year-old in terms of emotion and interpersonal skills. He logically understood his place in the world, and did his best to be polite and to make his mother proud, but sometimes his feelings got the better of him. He cried harder than the other kids when he got hurt, and he easily cried tears of joy when he was happy, and he was even more of a crier than his mother was, and that was saying something. Izuku's high levels of emotion were somewhat expected, really, since his quirk seemed to affect his intuition to a noticeable degree. He'd always be a little more emotional than those around him because of it, and he'd always be a little more intelligent than those around him because of it, as his quirk was very, very special. I'm not quite sure myself, Izu. If I'm remembering correctly, there's a rare chance that it could be a mutation of a quirk from farther back in the family tree, or it could just be a combination of your father's quirk and my own that we simply can't understand yet. Quirk science isn't my field of expertise, so that's all I can say on the matter, but we could always look it up sometime. The quirks of Midoriya Hisashi and Inko were fairly straightforward, and some would also say they were weak in comparison to some of the other quirks in the same subtypes. Hisashi, out of the picture since Izuku had been a baby, could breathe fire at varying intensities depending upon his emotional state. His mother had been able to light fires of differing strengths depending upon how angry she was, and his father had been able to convert the air in his lungs into a flammable gas when he breathed. The quirks of the two had combined rather well in Hisashi's case, and thus his quirk gave him a heart of fire. Inko, meanwhile, was able to attract small objects to her hands in a simple but rather weak fashion. Her ability was nothing near the powerful telekinetic gaze her father had, able to move any object at any range without touching it, as long as he could actually see it. Nor was it close to the strength of her mother's psychometry quirk, which allowed the woman to glean and logically understand the history and workings of any object upon physical contact with the palms of her hands. Instead, Inko's quirk had manifested in a rather unfavorable way, taking the restrictions of both quirks without many of the strengths. If Midoriya Izuku thought about it long enough, Izuku's quirk did make sense in terms of typical genetic inheritance, but most quirk studies she'd heard of hinted that it wasn't possible for a child to have a quirk that wasn't directly related to the parents' quirks. His quirk was more like a combination of his grandparents' quirks than his parents' quirks, though the traits of those 4 quirks were notably present in the quirks of their children, so why wouldn't his quirk be the way it was? What were the results of those studies? To state that a child's quirk could only be influenced by the parents' quirks, and nobody else. How had the people in charge conducted their research? Perhaps she could find this out later on, in the search for answers to the questions her son had brought up. Okay, Mama. Can we watch the new episode of Heroes of Today after dinner? Kaken told me that All Might was being interviewed live in a special episode, and I want to see how different he is when the footage isn't being edited. Looking at her small son with a soft smile, Inko reached down to run a hand through his messy curls, which shared the same black roots as his father's hair. He leaned into her touch without shame, still attached to her in a way that would likely end soon, as he would see and imitate the other kids pulling away from their parents and acting more independent. Of course we can eyes it. Remember to grab your notebooks before the show starts this time, okay? We don't want you to feel rushed and go grabbing the wrong notebook by mistake again. As Izuku cheered and declared a promise to do so, Inko observed his puppy-like excitement with a nostalgic expression, being reminded of his father more and more with every passing year. Hey Deku, have you ever thought about using your quirk on others? Like, not only staring at people like you always do, but actually using it. Bakugo Katsuki sat on the tree branch beside Izuku, the two 8-year-old boys relaxing after a long day of playing in the park. Most of the kids they knew from school had already gone home, with a few hanging around the swings and the slide, leaving the two boys alone on their perch above the rest of the world. With the colors of the sunset sky above them, and the lights of the city beginning to glow in the distance, it was the perfect time to just relax and chat with each other. Tonight, it seemed, the spiky blonde Spitfire was curious about Izuku's quirk. Wiggling a little to get more comfortable against the tree trunk, the green-haired boy shrugged and turned the page of the illustrated encyclopedia he'd been reading before Katsuki spoke up. As the blonde's expression twisted into a scowl at his nonverbal answer, Izuku folded down the corner of his current page like a heathen and closed the book. I dunno. You know my quirk is always active, 'cause it's a mutation quirk. That means it's always telling me things about everything around me. He shrugged again and leaned over to drop his book to the ground, a fall of roughly 10 to 15 feet. I guess I've never really thought about focusing on one target before. Katsuki climbed down a few feet from his branch above Izuku's and squinted at the other boy for several moments, before holding out his hand for him to take. Deku, use your quirk on me. Why? Izuku stared at him, mildly confused as to where this was coming from, and flailed a bit when Katsuki grabbed his hand and almost pulled him from his seat on the branch. Grabbing the tree trunk, Izuku stabilized himself and looked on as the blonde spoke matter-of-factly. You need to use your quirk on others as a hero, and shut up. I know you stare at me all day, but that's not all you can do. Your quirk tells you more when you're both touching and looking at something, so focus it all on me. See what happens when you actually try to use your quirk instead of letting it lead you around by the nose all the time. Katsuki had a good point. Thus far, Izuku had been content to let his quirk do all the work for him, and hadn't really tried pushing its capabilities. Why would someone want to work to something when they'd eventually get it anyways, if they waited long enough? His quirk had made him smart but lazy. He hadn't actually tried something new in a while now. Maybe he should try it out just to see what happened? Just to see if focusing 100% of his quirk in one place would change anything about how it told him things? He could already feel the pleasant buzz of bioelectricity in his friend's body, thanks to their physical contact, and while he'd normally rely on that just to find out how the blonde was doing, maybe he could go a bit farther this time and see what else his quirk could find? He'd been given permission after all. In fact, he'd more so been ordered to do so. Finally coming to a decision, Izuku turned the full focus of his never-quite-inactive quirk onto the willing subject before him, and promptly froze. Muscles are tense. Thirsty. Dry, too dry. Not enough water to. Sweat, sweet smell. Is that from the nitroglycerin? He sweats nitroglycerin, and it's focused most strongly around his hands. And his feet. Izuku moved too slowly for his liking, one of his hands following the trail from his thoughts to Katsuki's shoes, his lips muttering observations aloud without his awareness. The pathways that sweat takes through the hands and feet are some of the most intricate in the human body. Kaken's seem to be more developed than the average person's. Thicker, like the skin of his palms, resistant to his own quirk. The sweat glands themselves seem normal. Minor increase in production. Chemical changes within the process of producing sweat itself? Analysis almost complete. Further information required. Kaken, what do your explosions feel like to you? Izuku, sitting on the branch in a rather precarious position that he'd normally never dare try, failed to notice the curious expression on Katsuki's face. He registered it with his quirk, absolutely, but the meaning remained out of reach. Aizu. Additional data required. Izuku didn't notice the nickname change either. If he had, he probably would have stared at the spiky blonde like pigs had just grown wings and were getting ready for their first test flight, as it was unusual for the boy to call him anything but Deku. However, he did notice Katsuki answering, as it was relevant to the overwhelming urge to feel, to understand. Alright Deku, my explosions feel like power. I can blow shit up whenever I want to, and it feels great. Imagine being able to blow up a fridge just because you stubbed your toe on it, or being able to fly 'cause of how strong the explosions are. My quirk is one of the most useful quirks I've ever seen. Oh, and my arms get heavy if I don't use them for a while, and the explosions after that come out all smoky and weird, until my arms aren't heavy anymore. Power. Seems affected by emotion to a minor degree, negligible. Shock waves of force strong enough to propel the user under certain circumstances. Component buildup in the sweat glands after prolonged lack of use. Glycerin produced constantly within the sweat, and the activator stored away until needed. Too much activator leads to incomplete explosions. Izuku paused and muttered quietly, perpetual presence incompatible with current system specifications. Active usage function applied. Analysis complete. Data stored. Just like that, Izuku's quirk snapped out of focus, and the green-haired boy was left disoriented. It felt as though he hadn't slept for days, and he couldn't keep his eyes open for long before they closed of their own volition. He was just blinking. Feeling something different about himself, Izuku brought a hand up to his forehead and scrunched up his face with displeasure as it came away damp with sweat. However, a hand on his upper arm caught his attention, and he idly latched onto that point of interest instead of focusing on how unusually cold it felt. Following the hand with his gaze led to an arm, which led to a shoulder, which led to a torso and a neck, and finally stopped at a certain spiky blonde's face staring curiously back at him. Well Deku? What did you find out? Izuku hummed lightly, which turned into a yawn, and he decided to simply show his friend rather than telling him. A hand was held out in front of the other, and with a gentle burst of energy, a small explosion permeated the air with the sweet smell of nitroglycerin. Quirk, explosion has been learned. Katsuki was stunned silent, and took a few moments to gape at the green-haired boy, before losing his sheet with excitement. Do that again, he demanded, holding up Izuku's arm when he tried to drop it back to his lap. Make my explosions again. Alas, Izuku was too tired, and simply leaned on the other boy until he fell asleep. An excerpt from Midoriya Izuku's Journal of Noteworthy Quirks. Quirk. Telepathic. Known users. Midoriya Izuku. Brief summary. The user of this quirk is able to quickly learn and understand the workings and mechanics of anything, events, organisms, objects, subjects, fields, powers, etc., regardless of how simple or complex, without the need of long-term or special education or explanation. In-depth analysis. Telepathic heart, at its base, is a mutation quirk affecting the user's nervous system and eyeballs, altering and enhancing the functionality of both in order to suit the quirk's needs. The information gathered by the quirk is relayed to the user in a nebulous, conceptual form of feelings and ideas. Intuition, which is also described as the ability to just know personal information about an object, subject, or occurrence. Information gathered by the quirk is seemingly stored in no unusual manner for the human body, although one user has noted that some information see below. Techniques. Intuitive replication is seemingly applied to the nervous system itself, and is thereby damaged when the nerves themselves are damaged. The mutations of the user's nervous system allow them to receive and comprehend more information about objects and organisms in physical contact with the user, by making their sense of touch more sensitive and by fortifying the pathways by which nerve signals travel the body. Sensitivity to physical touch causes the user to feel pain more easily than the average person, and one user has noted an aversion to physical contact with other living beings in particular due to this. The alterations to the user's eyeballs apply a thin layer of tapetum lucidum to each eyeball and fortify the optic nerve's connection between the eyeballs and the brain, in order to allow for more visually observed information to be accurately transmitted to the brain. Low-light vision of the user is heightened by a minor degree, while sensitivity to bright lights is also heightened, and eye shine in places of dim lighting is noticeable to outside viewers. One user has noted a particular difficulty in taking photos, due to the red flare present whenever the flash is on. Something to note about this quirk is that much like the intuition of the average human being cannot be turned off, telepathic heart cannot be turned off by its user, likely due to the fact that it is a mutation quirk at its base. The user of this quirk is under a constant barrage of information that they may not be used to upon its first manifestation, in amounts far too excessive for a new user to handle without experiencing sensory overload. However, given adequate time to adjust, the user's mind and body will be able to process and comprehend the additional information without any more noticeable difficulty than the average person. Telepathic heart also has some transformative qualities, observed as being a part of one technique applied by one user. See techniques below for more detail. Applications. Adaptive muscle memory. The user of telepathic heart is able to replicate the movements of others after a certain amount of observation, providing that it is within the physical capabilities of the user to do so. For example, after watching someone skip a stone across a river a few times, the user will be able to replicate that person's movements in order to achieve the same goal, though results may differ due to variables outside the user's control. However, despite watching a flying squirrel glide from one tree to another, the user will not be able to perform the same feat due to the human body's lack of wings. Adaptive learning. One user of telepathic heart has noted that their ability to adapt their knowledge to suit their needs outclasses that of the average human. Borrowing from the above example of skipping stones, the user could apply the movements necessary for skipping stones to another object entirely to achieve a similar effect in a different situation. For example, in order to apply enough spin to a baseball to make it curve through the air, the user could flick their wrist in the same way they would to skip a stone. Any human is capable of doing this, but in a situation during which one isn't able to think about it beforehand, the user of telepathic heart would have a clear advantage. Intuitive replication. One user of telepathic heart has noted that they are able to copy, or learn, the quirks of others, and that they intuitively know how to use them upon doing so. This is the technique which involves the transformative qualities of this quirk to function. The user's body and nervous system are temporarily altered in order to replicate the effects of a learned quirk, without the user being identical to the original user's physical composition. For example, should one user learn the explosion quirk from another, their body would allow them to make explosions from their sweat, but their sweat glands wouldn't be producing nitroglycerin to do so. Limitations. Telepathic heart does not increase the memory retention skills of the user, merely the amount of information which can be processed and the speed at which it is processed. Therefore, the user can still forget known information. If the user doesn't go over the information they know on a regular basis, they will forget it, just as any other human would. Another thing to note is that the user of this quirk may be creatively challenged. That is, when given a problem that they have seen solved before, it may be difficult for them to solve it in a way other than that by which it was solved previously. The very concepts of innovation and invention are often outside the user's reach, unless they're working through a problem that hasn't been solved, or experiencing a situation they haven't been in before. No matter how long the user has had this quirk, sensory overload is still a threat to watch out for. With heightened sensitivity to touch and light, and the constant barrage of excessive information that they experience every moment of existence, the user is far more susceptible to suffering an information overload than the average person. One user has noted the development of minor haphophobia as a result of too many sensory overloads caused by physical contact, and regular headaches and migraines due to the amount of light they were subjected to on a daily basis. Regarding information, the user of this quirk should be cautious when it comes to the acquisition of such Telepathic heart's alterations to the user's nervous system and borderline total commandeering of their intuition makes it necessary to watch one's actions carefully, lest they fall to a certain hunger for new information and overstep their boundaries. This quirk gives the user a compulsive urge to seek out and hoard information about things that they find interesting, and should they find interest in something dangerous, there is no telling how much risk they'll end up putting both themselves and those they love at. Personal notes. Intuition, also called discernment or instinct, is the ability to just know personal information about an object, subject, or occurrence, including sensing how others will react to something that the user does or when something is about to happen. This ability is innate and cannot be turned off. A faculty of this ability allows the user to also, or instead, intuit spiritual truths and principles, sensing the presence of evil danger people that dislike the user, a feeling that one should or shouldn't go somewhere, or the right thing to do in a situation. This faculty is called gnosis. Despite the fact that my quirk communicates with me via my intuition, I seem to have difficulty reading people, specifically, reading what they think about me. I can recognize the body language of a girl experiencing a crush on someone from an outside perspective, but when it comes to situations regarding me, it becomes difficult to determine the true causes of someone's emotions. Kaken calls me oblivious, which is kind of funny to think about considering my quirk is basically supposed to make me the exact opposite, but no quirk is perfect. Maybe it's because telepathic heart hijacks my intuition that I'm oblivious? If I ever find some way to actually turn off my quirk, maybe I'll be able to test it out then. For now though, I guess I'll have to rely on Kaken and Izuku to let me know when I'm missing something. Kaken has trouble with intimidating people too though, so maybe I should pay closer attention to Izuku instead. Not being able to understand things regarding myself is dangerous. Not sure how to go about solving that issue right now, but once more of the puzzle pieces fall into place, I'm sure it'll be easier then. Hopefully I'll learn to read people better by the time high school starts. Oh, that's one huge supervillain. Kaken, look. Midoriya Izuku grinned at his friend, eyes sparkling with delight, before whipping out one of his many notebooks and beginning to scribble down his observations. A steady stream of word vomit came from his mouth as his eyes flicked between the villain and the page, and several people nearby gave the boy weird looks, but most were too occupied with the excitement of witnessing a hero battle this early in the day to notice. Bakugo Katsuki rolled his eyes beside Izuku, a hand taking hold of the other's backpack handle and guiding him through the amassed crowd. I'm cutting you off in 5 minutes, Aizu. We can't be FNG late. Oh, there's Death Arms. Got it, Kaken. I still haven't seen him enough to get a certain grasp on his quirk yet. It seems to be some sort of metal empowerment, a strength-enhancing quirk based upon the presence of certain types of metal within close vicinity of his body, but I need to touch him to know for sure. The metal might just be for show too. Oh, and backdraft. His body seems to be made entirely of water. I wonder if when he's sleeping, he has to sleep in a tub to avoid losing any of his mass? Can he gain extra mass from the water around him? I wonder if dash. Shut it, nerd, you're creeping out the extras. Katsuki cut him off, mild amusement on his face as he looked at the nearest people who'd backed off from the two, and Izuku glanced around quickly before nodding. Right, sorry. 5 minutes, you said? If you extend the time to 10 minutes, we can still make it if we take that shortcut across the field. The blonde scoffed, gripping the green-haired boy's backpack handle tighter, and giving him a good shake while he wasn't writing anything down. I want to be comfortably on time, Deku, not red-faced and sweaty as I burst through the door and scramble for my desk. 5 minutes, nothing more. Izuku huffed, but nodded, and his attention zipped towards a figure flying over the crowd of observers and skirmish chasers. Kamui Woods, a new hero in the eyes of the public, was on the scene and ready to fight. Against a supervillain this large, confinement would be very difficult unless he was knocked out, but Kamui's presence meant that the villain could be apprehended without unnecessary force and damage to the surrounding area. Assault, robbery, and the illegal use of powers during rush hour traffic. You are the incarnation of evil. Katsuki scoffed at how thick the hero was laying it on, and nudged Izuku as if to say, "Are you hearing this guy?" Alas, the boy was completely drawn in, leaving the blonde to check his watch and wait for the 5 minutes to be up. As Kamui Woods drew back his arm, many small branches beginning to grow upon it, Izuku gasped and paused in his writing again. Here comes his special move. The preemptive binding lacquered chain prison. Canyon Cannon. The crowd was silent as the villain went flying backwards, rocking the earth with his landing, and a new hero made her debut. Katsuki rolled his eyes at the pose she was taking, while Izuku frantically scribbled down notes on her style and her special move, and many people in the crowd took snapshots and videos of the scene. As the woman winked to her audience of heroes and civilians alike, Katsuki noted that the 5 minutes were up and promptly used his grip on Izuku's backpack to drag him away from the scene. Wait, Kaken, this is a new debut dash. Katsuki gave the green-haired boy a particularly harsh tug, forcing him to turn away from the scene to keep his balance. Yeah, and we can catch one of the dozens of news articles about it later on, after we get to school. You saw her take down that shitty villain, so there was nothing else you could have learned. Now stop trying to get back there and keep up. Izuku stopped pulling away from the blonde, and released a simple sigh of acceptance, knowing that his friend was right. A hero's debut was always publicized within hours, maybe even minutes of it occurring, unless the hero was an underground one. Of course, it was obvious that this hero wasn't underground, given her flashy entrance and people-pleasing attitude. Plus, a quirk like hers simply wasn't suited for any place but the spotlight, especially if she could only get bigger with it. He'd have to take more notes on the battle. Later on, once the full video was publicized. Hey, the fight from this morning is all over the news. Katsuki, Izuku, you guys never told me you ran into it on the way to school. Way to leave out the details at lunch. The energetic voice of Kirishima Ijuru was loud in the gradually emptying classroom, and his footsteps were swift and sure as he approached the 2 desks of his friends from across the room. The black-haired boy had moved to the area a short while before middle school had begun, and although he'd been a bit too weird for their other classmates to feel comfortable approaching him, he was quite a decent person when you got to know him. Katsuki and Izuku found his personality refreshing, really, and neither could understand why the others had tried to make fun of him. PSH, once he got started, Aizu wouldn't shut up about it. You were just too busy stuffing your face to pay attention. The spiky blonde flicked Ijuru's forehead, and the boy stuck out his tongue in return, causing Katsuki to raise a single eyebrow in return. You wanna fucking go? I'm all set. Izuku's declaration interrupted the two, as he put away his notebook and stood up, sliding his pencil behind his ear. It was a common occurrence that when the green-haired boy encountered a skirmish in the morning or heard about one sometime at school, he'd spend a good few minutes after school writing down whatever notes he'd been unable to at the time, causing Katsuki and Ijuru to have to wait for him to finish before they could properly interact with him. This time, however, his notes hadn't taken that long to finish. He'd glanced up in just enough time to interrupt the roughhousing that would have occurred a few moments later, had he not done so. Rolling his eyes and clicking his tongue, Katsuki turned to lead his friends out of the classroom, to the area where their shoe lockers were. Let's just go already. The only reason we're not training today is because of the new character release, and we're already FING behind the rest of the extras heading to the arcade to try it out. I'm not missing out on new Justice for All content because you 2 side characters wanna be slow. Justice for All was a team fighting game featuring a variety of heroes as playable characters, and it was constantly being updated as new heroes debuted on the streets. A character for Kamui Woods had been released recently, and it was telling for the popularity of the hero that people were already using him in official gaming tournaments. In fact, Death Arms and Kamui Woods were used as support characters in the top Miruko players team, and it was an interesting setup. Death Arms provided a heavy-hitting combat boost by striking the enemy from the front, and Kamui Woods was used to restrain the enemy in a lacquer chains prison for the final blow. Izuku and Katsuki played with all might as their mains, obviously, but tended to try out the new character releases at least once before going back to the #1 hero. Meanwhile, Ijuru faithfully stuck to the Crimson Riot as his main, and only changed his supports when a better character was released for the ideal setup he wanted. Who do you think the new character is gonna be? Ijuru asked, sliding on his outdoor shoes and closing his locker door. Katsuki and Izuku shared a look, and both of them opened their mouths to answer. It's gotta be Endeavor Dash. It's definitely Majesty Dash. The two paused to glare at each other, and Aijuru resisted the urge to facepalm, simply guiding them out of the school as they began to bicker. Endeavor is the only top 10 hero that isn't in the game already. He's gotta be the one being added. Katsuki made his stance known, leaning around Aijuru to keep his glare settled directly between Izuku's eyes. I'd agree, if his lawyers weren't still trying to negotiate the details over the royalties. The green-haired boy was just as resolute as the spiky blonde was, squinting at the other as the three friends made their way down the street. Oh, and Majesty's lawyers aren't doing that? As the bickering began to escalate, Aijuru sighed with deep regret and no small amount of amusement. He regretted asking the question, but at the same time, his two friends' nerd debates were just too funny not to enjoy sometimes. Even when he'd first met them, they could still go on for hours if nobody interrupted. At least it kept conversation lively. Aijuru move. Two hands shoved the black-haired boy into the wall of the tunnel they'd been passing through, and a scream was warped and warbled by sludge, as his savior was caught in the grasp intended for him. They were being attacked? Aijuru blinked hard, pressing a hand against the ground for support as he looked forward. Katsuki was in front and slightly to the left of him, staring ahead of him with an expression twisted by shock and rage. Izuku! Damn it, let him go, you be. Katsuki rushed past the stunned Aijuru, hands blazing with the smoke and flames of his explosions as he rushed to save their friend. Within a roiling mass of sickly green ooze, Izuku first hardened his skin and then let off explosions of his own, proceeding to fire off his quirk in as many ways as he could think of, but Aijuru could see that it wasn't enough. The liquid sludge wasn't reacting well to any physical attacks, and while it did curl away from each of the explosions, it just surged right back afterwards. The black-haired boy shakily pushed himself up, using the wall as a support, and moved to... He moved forward. He didn't move at all. Izuku, harden your skin. The green-haired boy did so, and with a scream of rage, Katsuki blasted the sludge with everything he had. With such force behind the blow, the ooze around Izuku's upper body was blown back a bit, and he was able to gasp in a much-needed breath. Keikaken, his body is weak to heat. If you make your explosions hotter, he'll begin to dry out and T-dash. The sickly greenish-black sludge returned, and Izuku's voice was cut off once more, as Katsuki changed his attacks and Aijuru watched from the side. Surely there was something he could do, right? He could move forward and try to pull at the ooze around Izuku's mouth? No, Izuku had been doing that before Katsuki had blasted away the sludge. It wouldn't work. Maybe he could attack the villain from another angle? No, it wasn't affected by physical attacks. There was. Surely, there was something he could do? He had to move. He had to do something, but... Aijuru, Izuku. Harden. The black-haired boy obeyed out of reflex, and an explosion hotter than hell blew by, connecting with the sludge villain in a wide spread. Aijuru could hear a warbled scream, and he feared that it was Izuku's until he saw the villain shrinking back with tears in its bloodshot eyes. Of course it hadn't been Izuku. The green-haired boy was physically the weakest of the three, but that was just of the three. They were all some degree stronger than other kids their age, due to the strict training Katsuki had manhandled them into. Plus, he was smart, so smart that it was scary sometimes. Katsuki and Izuku both were incredibly intelligent compared to Aijuru, and the black-haired boy could see their intelligence in the battle playing out before him, in Izuku's lightning-quick deductions and Katsuki's carefully calculated actions. As Aijuru watched the battle unfold, he felt the still-growing urge to do something, yet his fear held him back. He was terrified. He could die if he moved in without a plan, and his friends could die if he didn't move at all. Think, damn it, what could he dash? The sewer grate down at the end of the tunnel, to Aijuru's right, popped up from the ground with a loud clang and a tiny streak of blue gleaming in the light. Tearing his gaze from the battle before him, the black-haired boy took a single step to act as a shield between the newcomer and his friends, before realizing who had arrived. Have no fear, you are safe. An intense blue gaze scanned the scene, sending chills of instinctive fear and relief down all who saw it. Fear in the case of the villain, and relief in the case of the three teens being attacked by it. Now that I am here, that is. A tendril of sludge suddenly whipped over Ijuru's head towards the hero in casual clothing, and Katsuki grabbed onto Izuku's arm, glaring down the tunnel. The blonde's face was screwed up in a strange mixture of anger and relief as he yelled at the number one hero. Hurry he's almost dash. With a solemn nod, All Might sent a Texas smash down the tunnel, and the sludge villain was blown apart. Ijuru found himself pressed against the wall from the wind pressure, red eyes wide as their safety began to truly settle in, while Izuku was blown free and Katsuki caught him as he fell. To us. It was over just that quick? The villain had been defeated in a single punch, after what felt like hours of panic. Releasing a shaky breath, Ijuru couldn't seem to blink, as he tried to comprehend the sheer difference in raw power between All Might and the three of them. Katsuki wanted to be better than the number one hero, and Izuku had planned to eventually achieve something similar, but this was who they were going up against. It hadn't really sunk in before, just how far they'd have to go to achieve their goals. Oh my gosh. Izuku's voice snapped Ijuru out of thought, and upon realizing his skin was still hardened, the boy released his quirk and was finally able to move to his friends. Were they all right? Were they injured in any way? Oh my gosh, it's All Might. Kaken, you yelled at All Might. That okay, yep, they were fine. Izuku scrambled for his book bag and took out one of his many notebooks, retrieving a thick Sharpie from a side pocket at the same time, and turned towards his favorite hero. Can we get autographs? Ah, of course. Just give me a moment to gather what's left of this villain to take him to the station. The green-haired boy nodded rapidly, and Katsuki huffed beside him, before sending a carefully crafted look towards Ijuru. It would be difficult for someone who didn't know him to tell, but he was actually a bit concerned about his friend, and that made the black-haired boy feel a bit better about himself. Yet at the same time, he felt worse, and couldn't bring himself to meet the gaze of his spiky blonde friend. All right, autographs. Young lads, allow me to just dash. All Might took the Sharpie, and almost faster than they could blink, signed at least one thing in their possession. Izuku's notebook now sported a signature across 2 pages, and the chest of Katsuki's exposed white shirt did as well. As for Ijuru, his shirt wasn't exposed, so All Might had simply signed his face. I'm never washing this shirt again. That's kinda gross, bro. With a quick flourish, the number one hero returned Izuku's Sharpie to him, and Ijuru was struck by the urge to move again. It was the same as before, that need to take action, but ignorance as to what that action should be, and Katsuki noticed his body beginning to tense up again. Hey, Ijuru dash. And now I'll be off, to take this villain to the police station. I recommend you head home and get some rest, and in the future, stick to more populated streets as you travel. Fareway dash. The black-haired boy stepped forward, and his lips parted to say, Wait, All Might. I have a question. Any questions you have may be directed to my public email address or submitted to my official hero forum. Now then, have a great day. As the hero crouched to jump, Katsuki and Izuku watched with wide eyes as Ijuru jumped forward, just in time to grab his leg as he launched himself into the sky. In sync, they shared a glance to make sure that what they'd just seen had actually happened, before staring at the sky in silence. Ijuru had just hitched a ride from the number one hero, and ditched them at the same time. Kaken? Should we go after him? The spiky blonde continued glaring at the sky for a few more moments, before releasing a huff and turning to walk the opposite direction. He'll be fine. He knows where to catch up. I know we plan to head home to change first, but shouldn't we go right to the arcade now? We both carry backup uniforms in our bags in case the ones we're wearing get dirty, so if you want to change out of that shirt, you could totally do it once we get there. Izuku glanced between Katsuki and the direction Ijuru and All Might had gone, then towards the ground at the end of the tunnel, before moving back in that direction. The pencil he'd stuck behind his ear earlier had been dislodged by the violent encounter, and after giving it a good wipe down, the green-haired boy returned it to its previous position. Plus, I'd rather try to clean this sludge off of me before going home, so Mom doesn't freak out. There's a bunch of public bathrooms near the arcade where we can both take care of things. After some thought and a shrug of seeming indifference, Katsuki turned around to walk back down the tunnel, towards the direction of the arcade. All right, But if this shirt gets fucking ruined before we get there, you're gonna owe me huge. I'm talking SLV for life sheet, say goodbye to your hopes and dreams sheet. Alright. I'm willing to face the consequences. With a determined nod, Izuku chased after Katsuki to catch up, and the two walked side by side towards the arcade. That I can't believe you actually yelled at All Might. Shut up, Izu. At the edge of a rooftop overlooking the city, a damaged hero and a worried teen stood face to face, the wind whipping their clothes against their skin. All Might, are you really okay? Should you still be out there doing hero work like this? Now that his secret was out, the man with the messy blonde hair was no longer in any rush to leave. He'd have to impress upon the boy the importance of keeping this quiet, but while he was at it, he might as well have a decent conversation with him. The villain had been out cold when he was bottling him up, so there wasn't anything stopping him. With a quiet sigh, the number one hero lowered his shirt, hiding his injury from the teen's eyes once more. Young man, you asked me earlier if you could still be a hero even if you were afraid. I apologize for my laughter, and the injury you had to see because of it, but I was quite startled. The black-haired boy waved his hands frantically, shaking his head. And no, don't apologize to me, I should be dash. Calm down, it's all right. All Might pat the teen's shoulder until his apologies fell silent, before taking a step back and looking over the skyline of the city. His eyes, trained by years of vigilance, scanned the streets below for signs of trouble, despite knowing that he wouldn't be able to help anyone in his current state. Sometimes I forget that heroes are perceived as being fearless, despite contributing heavily to this idea myself. Whenever I'm on the scene, I'm saving people with a smile. I'm the world symbol of peace. While Ijuru would normally jump in with excitement, reaffirming All Might's statement with admiration, the atmosphere told him that it wasn't the right time to do so. He'd always been able to read the mood around him. Sometimes too well. So it startled me when you asked me if you could be a hero even if you were afraid of getting hurt the entire time, because that's how heroes actually are. All heroes are afraid of something, and I myself am no different. In fact, that smile you see on my face in the news every day? It's there to hide the fear inside. The skeletal hero waved his audience of one over to the railing beside him, and gestured down the bustling life far below them. Young man, take a look at the city with me. Anywhere, someone could be calling my name and begging for help right now, and I can't hear them. I don't know who they are, I don't know where they are. I can't waste time looking for them either, when there are people I know need my help who are within my reach. All I can do is show up after something terrible has already happened, and do my best to save the victims still alive at the scene. Red eyes watched the solemn hero carefully, taking in every word and every gesture being sent their owner's way. Just like you, I am afraid of getting hurt myself. But I am more afraid of letting down those who believe in me. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? The mere fact that you're afraid of something doesn't mean you can't be a hero. The messy blonde turned his way, piercing blue irises meeting red. Ijuru couldn't find it in himself to look away, and even if he could, he wouldn't have wanted to. This man, the number one hero, was sharing things with him that he highly doubted anyone had heard before, all in an effort to reassure him. Young man, so long as you work hard and find the courage to face your fears, you can be a hero. With a lump in his throat and tears in his eyes, Ijuru truly looked at the number one hero, and smiled like the sun had blessed him with its dying breath. All right, you've got your shirt in your bag, I'm nice and clean of all the sludge we could find, and we're on our way to the arcade. As we're not sure how long Ijukin will be, should we wait outside, or just go on ahead inside? Should we stop to grab snacks on the way there, or grab snacks later as we usually do? And the new character release, should one of us grab a spot in line right when we get there, or should we wait until Ijukin arrives? Bored, and more than a little irritated at Izuku's breathless rambling, Katsuki kicked a full soda bottle against the wall without paying much attention to the mess it made, other than to note that the sound of the liquid splattering was rather satisfying. Shut up and take a FNG breath, Deku. I say once we get there, we get in line from the start, and make Ijuru grab the snacks as punishment for ditching us. Izuku twitched slightly, his right hand flicking to the side in a meaningless motion, and he pulled his pencil from behind his ear. As he went to chew on it out of habit, he abruptly recalled what had happened to it earlier and made a face at the thought of potentially getting sludge residue in his mouth. Maybe he should have just left it there on the ground. Or no, he didn't want to litter, but he could have thrown it out in the bathroom they just left a few minutes earlier. Maybe he could give it to someone? No, what if they chewed on pencils too? That'd be gross. He wouldn't want them getting sludge residue in their mouth either. What if it had germs? That the sludge residue left in the tunnel was very similar to the slime trail left in the wake of a snail, almost equal in composition. Does that mean the villain was made of mucus? Did I almost get suffocated and killed by a booger monster? Gross. I hate to think of how the guy keeps himself sanitary. Or maybe he doesn't. He did come out of a sewer grate right before attacking us. Oh geez, he had PSS and crap all over him. I need to wash out my throat. I need to literally gargle soap because of that guy. Is there any kind of soap that's safe to consume in large quantities out there? Wait, did he have any diseases? Do I need to get tested? Oh, that's nasty. Behind the two teens, the sound of liquid gurgling sounded in the alleyway, and Izuku gagged from the combination of the noise and his thoughts. I swear I just heard sludge moving behind us. I'm thinking too hard. Kaken, make me think of something else before I start thinking about the wide variety of horrifying things that could have possibly made contact. With my insides earlier, oh no it's too late dash. What the move? Two hands roughly yanked Izuku out of the way, and the green-haired boy was thrown to the side of the alleyway, a bit rougher than he'd pushed Idra earlier. As he rebounded off the wall and stumbled back a few steps, his emerald eyes turned towards the one who'd thrown him and turned toxic at what he saw. Sheesh, kid, I'm hurt you think so little of me. Yapping about diseases and my methods of travel like that, I'd go so far as to say I'm insulted. Sickly green-black ooze was wrapped firm around Katsuki's waist and upper body, preventing him from turning his quirk on the villain, though not for lack of trying. The spiky blonde was screaming curses at the one holding him captive, his hands releasing explosion after explosion in rapid succession, and he only shut his mouth when the sludge threatened to move in. Katsuki had saved him. Katsuki had thrown him out of the way. Furious red irises met toxic green, and Izuku took a shuddering breath, shifting his gaze to the villain looming over them and taking in the scene overall. Why you again? What are you doing here? All Might already caught you. Despite the well-populated area and the high amount of foot traffic at this time of day, everyone who walked by the alleyway either didn't notice what was going on or chose to ignore it, with a rare few people calling the station once they'd left the villain's sight. Izuku's hand twitched again, and his grip on the pencil tightened, as Katsuki set off another explosion hot enough to light some nearby trash on fire. Crap, a fire, this could get bad. Well, he may have caught me, but he certainly didn't keep a good eye on me. Haha, and to think the firecracker here actually released me. I guess he wanted to be possessed instead. And who am I to turn down such a forceful request? Heroes were probably already on their way, meaning they'd be evacuating the area. A fire was okay then, and if it burned hot enough, it would dry out the villain. Raising his hands in the same open-clawed way his friend often did before setting off his quirk, Izuku made eye contact with the captured Katsuki and nodded to the side. The blonde froze for a moment, glancing around until he saw the fire nearby, and his eyes widened as he looked back to him. With the message successfully given and received, the green-haired boy turned to run towards a nearby restaurant, sending one final call over his shoulder before vanishing from view. Kaken, remember what I said about heat? The villain's eyes narrowed as the green-haired boy ran away, and snarled, his liquid body roiling and bubbling with displeasure around Katsuki's form. Straining his muscles and kicking his legs forcefully, the blonde struggled uncomfortably in the villain's grasp, explosions burning hotter now with every passing moment. That brat just ran off without even apologizing. Sheesh, your generation gets more and more rude every year. And you? Sludge smacked wetly into the boy's face, cutting off his vision and his air supply, and he felt ice roll down his spine as he realized the time limit he'd just been given. 3 minutes, right? 3 minutes before he'd pass out from lack of air, and then the sick F holding him could do whatever it wanted to him. Why don't you just relax a bit, F firecracker? Your little friend has abandoned you, And it'll be easier for both of us if you stop struggling. I'll even make it quick. Though not painless, ha. Katsuki, never one to just lie down and take it, did all that he could do to make it more difficult for the villain. He made his explosions so hot that they were borderline damaging to himself. He squirmed and twisted as best as he'd seen any difficult-to-hold toddler do. He kicked off his shoes and began setting off explosions from the soles of his feet. The final thing was something Izuku had figured he'd be able to do, and while his feet explosions were some measure weaker than those from his hands, they'd still make it more difficult for this BSRD to keep hold of him. Bakugo Katsuki wasn't about to let this villain take him down without a fight, and once Izuku returned with whatever he'd run off to get, he'd have a friend by his side working to do the same. Off in the distance, roughly 10 streets away but seeming farther due to the height of the building, smoke and fire billowed up into the sky with the faint sound of echoed explosions. Side by side at the railing, the skeletal number 1 hero and the black-haired teen witnessed the event with wide eyes and shared glances of horror, having just discovered the missing bottles of sludge. This might be unrelated, but those explosions. Was the sludge villain the type to hold a grudge? Excuse me, young man, but I must go. Still in his weaker form, All Might darted to the staircase and took the express trip down, moving fast and leaving Ijuru's sight within moments. Frozen for a few moments, the boy's gaze flicked between the door and the site of the explosion, before he moved to do the same. If that was the sludge villain, then this was his fault. He knew those explosions like the back of his hand at this point, having heard them during training so often, and if Katsuki was being attacked by the sludge villain. Bursting through the door and taking the stairs a bit more recklessly than he should, all Ijuru could think was that he had to do something. He couldn't do anything back in the tunnel, but he could do something now. All Might was here, albeit in a weakened form. He could bring the older man to the scene and save him trouble. Not? All Might wasn't on the staircase, and when Ijuru ran out of the building he wasn't anywhere in sight either. Of course, it was ridiculous to think the number 1 hero would need his help. Still, he had to get to Katsuki and Izuku, where one was located, the other was sure to be nearby, and actually help this time. He can be a hero, damn it. It was about time to start acting like it. Rushing down the street at full tilt, Ijuru called out apologies to those behind him as he made his way through the crowds of pedestrians, on his way to help his friends. How long had it been? 30 seconds at most, right? He could hear sirens and some heroes nearby, talking to the villain now, trying to negotiate and meeting with significant failure. Backdraft was telling the civilians to keep away from the nearby buildings, spraying water at the fires that had sprung up in the wake of his struggles. The buildings had caught fire that quickly? Had to have been more than 30 seconds, He could only hold his breath for so long. 2 minutes left, 2 minutes or less. Katsuki couldn't exactly count the seconds as he kept firing off his quirk and trying to twist his body free, occupied with the burning in his chest and the sick, disgusting feel of viscous liquid pressing against his lips. Part of him wondered why it hadn't simply gone up his nose, but maybe it couldn't for whatever reason. Maybe he was fighting hard enough that it couldn't stop to move itself in such intricate ways. The villain was a large one, too. Maybe it just had difficulty moving smaller parts of itself in general. And damn it, the heroes were here. He could hear them, calling out their statuses and advising each other on the best courses of action. They could have started attacking the villain by now. Its movements were getting slower, and the liquid ooze it was made of felt thicker, likely due to the fires he'd started, but they were all focused on the collateral damage. They were putting out the fires and evacuating the civilians still in the area, which was really great and all, but he could count at least 6 heroes on scene by audio alone. They didn't need that many people for one job. They could at least send one person in to fight the villain. It was a hero's job to take risks for the safety of others, so why were they playing safe in a situation like this? Why weren't the heroes doing anything to help him? Haha, your quirk is much better than your weak friend's quirk. Look at all this destruction. Look at all the damage you've caused. Go on, kid, take a look. The thick sludge around Katsuki's eyes began to move down, increasing the pressure on his mouth, but allowing him to see the situation again. Flames were everywhere, and 2 crowds of civilians had gathered on either side of the alleyway, each being protected by the heroes. The new giant hero from this morning was to his right, using her arms to protect one crowd, while Kamui Woods worked on the other crowd, unable to try saving him because of the fires he'd created. Backdraft was putting out the fires that had spread to the buildings nearby, and Death Arms was helping evacuate the civilians still in the buildings. Damn it, Sheet, Dash. They were all busy, they were being cautious and doing the jobs they knew they could do for certain, because none of their quirks were suited for the situation. Bullshit. Kamui Woods wouldn't be able to keep hold of the villain, but he'd be able to grasp and pull Katsuki free if he stopped dancing around the flames like that. Sure, he was made of wood, but wet wood didn't burn so easily. Just get Backdraft if they soak you for a moment, dumbass. How many minutes had it been? Katsuki could feel the urge to breathe rising up within him, and his struggles getting minutely weaker with each passing moment without fresh air. His time was almost up, damn it, why weren't they moving? Why weren't they trying to save him? Why weren't they? Kaken, close your eyes. The spiky blonde obeyed immediately, and less than a second later, the villain above him screamed in pain as something lightly brushed across his face. What sludge was there began to recede, as well as that around his arms, and Katsuki quickly reached up and tore at the clay-like liquid around his mouth to gasp for air. Fucking, took you long enough. With his lungs freshly filled, the timer on his life had been reset, and 3 minutes were once again the numbers to count down from. However, Izuku was here, within easy reach, and that meant he had a plan. All those heroes working on the sidelines, yelling at the green-haired boy for making their jobs more difficult. They didn't really care about him, but Izuku did. Izuken! Katsuki! And so did FNG Hair for Brains, who'd finally decided to catch up with them after his little one-on-one stint with All Might. But what a time to show up! Katsuki wouldn't admit that he was jealous until this jackass trying to suffocate him was taken care of. He was no longer afraid for his life, not now. With his friends right there and some mostly useless heroes in the background, it was only a matter of time before the villain was subdued. Once that happened, he was going to go chew out the heroes for their fuckus lack of care for the life of an endangered civilian, and then he was going to chew out Izuku and Idru for something. Filled with a proper rage once more, the spiky blonde let out a muffled battle cry and set off more explosions, opening his eyes again to glare at the fuckus stupid world around him. And Ijuken, you're the only one here who can withstand his explosions at this level, so you're the only one who can do it. The black-haired boy froze for a second, looking in his direction as Izuku finished talking and handed him a bag of some sort, and Katsuki could see the fear in his eyes slowly morph into determination. Idru began moving quickly, running to stand just outside of the villain's reach, his gaze focused sharply on the moving sludge before him. Could now just wait for a second and now, do it now. His movements in sync with a pained cry from the villain behind Katsuki, the black-haired teen tore open the mysterious bag and flung it in a wide arc towards the villain, white powder of some sort falling over the villain and his victim. Where the tiny white crystals fell in the fires and the sludge, the flames burned yellow and the sludge quickly receded. Salt, Katsuki realized as Idru helped tear him free. Izuku went to that restaurant to grab salt. With Katsuki free and gasping for air, the heroes on the sidelines seemed to freeze, and then everything was over in a matter of moments. Have no fear, young ones. I am here. All Might showed up seemingly out of nowhere, and Katsuki noticed Idru's surprised expression for a brief moment as the three teens were moved to safety, Izuku muttering something about wind pressure and liquid viscosity along the way. The villain's body had been thickened due to the heat and salt added to it, and it created a rather large bubble before popping, rather than loosely splattering everywhere as it had in the tunnel earlier. In the silence that followed, the clouds above swirled, and it began to rain. Did he just change the weather? With a single punch? All Might raised his fist, and the crowd began to cheer, the sidelined heroes moving around them to quickly put out the rest of the fires nearby. Katsuki glared at them as they gathered to check on him and his friends, ignoring the number one hero's quick departure in favor of pointedly expressing his distaste for their overcautious actions. When they attempted to praise him for his quirk and his valiant fighting back, he sneered and said nothing, but when they tried to reprimand Izuku and Idru for jumping in so recklessly, he defended them with nothing held back. Huh, so I'm brave for fighting and they're stupid for trying to help? Go if yourselves. They're the only ones who actually did something other than All Might, while you cowards just stood on the sidelines and cried about your quirks not being perfect fits for the situation. Let me tell you something and you listen close. Izuku and Idru are gonna be better heroes than any of you losers here, and I'd suggest you reevaluate your definition of a hero if you think otherwise. No matter what the heroes tried to say after that, Katsuki ignored them to retrieve his dirted shoes from the pavement, letting his friends do the rest of the talking. He'd always known that not all heroes were as good as All Might, but this afternoon really cemented that fact into his brain. Heroes? More like cheap commercial knockoffs. They only did as much of their job as was necessary, and didn't even try to step out of their comfort zones once. As Izuku asked for the heroes' autographs, Katsuki stopped listening to the surrounding conversation entirely, putting in his earbuds and turning the music up loud enough to drown out the voices of everyone around him. Idru stood beside him, letting the spiky blonde lean on him while keeping the crowd's attention directed away from him, and letting him get a breather before he actually blew up on them. All Might's the only hero who actually tried to do something, despite arriving too late to do anything but take the villain down. These heroes? Izuku, I don't know why you're still a fan of them. When everything was said and done, Katsuki turned to lead his two friends home, utterly done with the day. The arcade, he wanted a FING shower and then he wanted a FING nap. The universe was clearly telling the three teens that they couldn't relax yet, and therefore, the spiky blonde was going to metaphorically and literally flip it off by doing so at his house. Today, the universe, and those shitty heroes slacking on their jobs. So because of the similarities between the villain's residual trail and the slime trails left behind snails. The properties of salts on liquids in general, really. I thought it might be a weakness of. His body also had a more gel-like consistency, which is why I thought heat would also have an effect. Being in physical contact with him before definitely helped my quirk figure out how much salt to throw at him without risking him being completely dried out, given how hot the area was and how viscous his body had already gotten. As Izuku scratched away details in his notebook specifically marked for villain observations, his mouth ran away with his thoughts, cutting in and out of sentences in a way that most people couldn't keep up with. Katsuki was fluent in his muttering, however, and Idru could keep up roughly 80% of the time. It seemed as though the longer someone was exposed to his particular madness, the more they understood it. That didn't necessarily mean that they enjoyed hearing it all the time, though. Deku, could you maybe FING stop muttering about the villain from earlier? Fucking creep and a half is probably gonna give me nightmares or some shit, and I don't need your weird ideas about potential sludge quirk applications being added to them. Blinking a few times to try focusing on something else, the green-haired boy nodded, and watched as Idru threw his arm over the spiky blonde's shoulders. Man, I'm glad you two are okay though. I wasn't even directly attacked by the guy, and chills, dude. Call me if either of you end up getting nightmares, 'cause honestly, I might need the company. Whatever. As Katsuki responded in his usual surly fashion, Izuku tilted his head a bit to the side, pondering the relationships that had developed between the three of them over the years. Having known Katsuki pretty much since birth, the original two of the three were a lot closer than most friends Izuku knew of. They'd been there for each other when their quirks had manifested, and though their friendship had hit a few rocky patches here and there in daycare and primary school, they'd ended up closer because of it. Two sides of the same coin, it seemed they were in some ways, but there'd always been overlaps in some areas, and something had always been missing in others. Some things were still missing in fact, and it somewhat irked Izuku that he couldn't figure out what they were. He'd have to focus on that later on, perhaps in another month or so. When Idru's family had moved to the area and he'd ended up in their class in middle school, neither Katsuki nor Izuku had thought much of him at the time. He'd always been around the edges of their awareness, watching them with a bright curiosity that most of their classmates had already lost, but never really straight up grabbing their attention. Instead, he'd seemed rather ordinary, and had eventually blended seamlessly into the background. It was only after a few months that he stood out from the crowd, literally. Katsuki and Izuku had been eating lunch outside in a secluded area, when a few classmates had been dragged out of the school by some upperclassmen, said upperclassmen sounding keen on teaching their lowerclassmen some respect. Both boys had begun putting their lunches aside to intervene, Katsuki being set off that his class was being messed with, and Izuku being set off that anyone was being messed with, when Idru came out of nowhere and stood up to them. Granted, the two friends had still needed to step in once Idru's quirk was revealed to be rather weak at the time, but the event had grabbed their attention. The black-haired boy was put on their radar, and given the drive for understanding that Izuku's quirk gave him, it wasn't long after that the three boys became acquainted with each other. Idru was relaxed and easygoing in a way that neither of the other two were, but he was charismatic and likable, even more so to Katsuki and Izuku specifically, once they found out the nature of his insecurities. He questioned himself as Izuku often did, and he doubted his capabilities as Katsuki often did, though the latter was never really open about it. The black-haired boy even wanted to be a hero, and after privately acknowledging that he was enough like them to get to know, the three had become closer since. Now, in their final year of middle school, the three friends could call each other nothing less than that, friends. Briefly, Izuku wondered if Idru had filled in the missing pieces of his and Katsuki's relationship before his attention was caught by the familiar street corner at which the three normally parted ways. Specifically, this was the place where Idru broke off from the other two on his path home, as Katsuki and Izuku lived on the same street. Guess I'll see you guys tomorrow. The black-haired boy waved to the spiky blonde and the brunette, and Izuku waved back, before turning back around to continue walking towards home. Katsuki joined him, but once they were out of sight he stopped hearing the blonde's footsteps. Indeed, he'd stopped walking, and soon the brunette was gently pulled back to stand beside him. Kaken? What's ro dash? The spiky blonde covered Izuku's mouth, glaring at him, and violently jerked his chin in the direction that their friend had gone. Soon, a shocked yell from Idru made it clear why Katsuki had stopped them just out of sight. All Might? What are you doing here? After a single blink, Izuku liked his first friend's hand, and was immediately shoved down. The action was quiet, despite the clear displeasure of the blonde, so it was obvious that the two boys were going to be sticking around to eavesdrop. What did All Might want with their friend? Neither boy knew, but Katsuki was going to find out, and Izuku would be lying if he said he wasn't curious himself. Slowly, the green-haired boy used said feature to blend in with the bushes nearby, and peeked out to see Idru and All Might having their little chat. Young man, I came here to dash. All Might's form abruptly deflated, and Izuku's eyes widened, before he frantically reached for one of his notebooks. It didn't matter which notebook he grabbed, just that he got this information down, he could fix it all later. This clearly indicated that All Might's quirk was a transformation type, and it explained why he'd never been seen in his civilian persona before. He looked completely different. Well, he still had the same attributes, but it was amazing how much losing weight could do for someone's appearance. That he actually looked a bit unhealthy like this. Too skinny, like he didn't eat enough. Was he okay? Oh geez, here Izuku had been fanboying over his idol's camouflage, when he could actually be hurt somehow. Stupid, heroes are human too. What fights did All Might have recently that could have caused such malnutrition? A sudden bop to the head made Izuku realize he was muttering, and the green-haired boy quickly shut himself up, focusing on the view of Idru wiping blood from his jacket as All Might did the same with his mouth. Was All Might ill? Was it contagious? Why did Izuku have to be concerned about so many potential diseases today? Sorry about that. Anyways, young man. I came here to thank you, and also to discuss your question from earlier. If you hadn't told me about your life, if you hadn't rushed into that fight to save your friend, I would have been a worthless bystander just watching from the crowd. So thanks. No. Idru took a step back, waving his hands before himself, and shaking his head in denial. It was my fault that villain even got the chance to attack again. If I hadn't grabbed onto you, he would have been in police custody by the time me and my friends got to the arcade. I got in your way. I wasted your earlier efforts. I'm not done. All Might's voice was soft, almost too soft to hear, but Katsuki and Izuku held their breath to hear how their idol would continue interacting with their friend. You told me that you were scared of getting hurt, that you were terrified of dying and leaving your friends and family with empty spaces in their hearts and lives. So when I saw that anxious, scared boy rush forward to save a life that wasn't his own, it inspired me to act too. Despite the fears you confided in me earlier, you took that step forward, and I was unable to do anything but the same. The black-haired boy's motions of denial slowly came to a stop as the number one hero spoke, and even from their position, Izuku and Katsuki could see the level of attention he paid the other. With wide eyes, Idru watched and listened to All Might's monologue, and the two boys around the corner could see it changing him. There are stories about every hero. How they became great. Most have one thing in common. Their bodies moved before they could think, almost on their own. Earlier today, that's what happened to you. That's what happened to you, and to the two friends walking by your side. I saw that quality in all three of you today. So take heart, young man. You can be a hero. All Might. Idru's hands dropped loosely to his sides, and tears began to well up in his eyes. At this, Katsuki took a step forward as though to leave cover, and Izuku quickly grabbed onto his leg. The two proceeded to have a silent but very emphatic debate over whether they should reveal themselves or not, hands waving and gestures being made left and right, and it was very surprising that neither Idru nor All Might noticed the whole thing. Eventually, however, Katsuki won the debate and turned his attention back towards his targets, just in time to hear their next words. I want to meet the three of you properly, get to know you a little better. Train you as heroes of the next generation. I approached you specifically because you're already familiar with me in this form, and if I'm going to be spending a prolonged PRD of time with you three, it's most likely going to be like this. Izuku quickly dragged Katsuki back down out of sight, taking advantage of his distracted state, and covered the blonde's mouth when he began to cuss him out. His eyes remained focused on the conversation between the number one hero and their black-haired friend, though his quirk reading their lips when Katsuki's struggles made it too difficult to hear. My name, outside of my hero work, is Yagi Tashinori. In the official records, I'm listed as All Might's manager. Feel free to share this with your friends, though I'd like you to keep my hero identity secret from them, for now. Oh, and here, take my number. Again, share it with your two friends there, but please keep it hidden from anyone else. The two fanboys hidden behind the bushes stopped struggling and stared with wide eyes as All Might gave their friend a slip of paper, and watched Idru enter the number into his phone before pocketing the slip. After a text was sent for All Might to save Idru's number, the number one hero bid his farewell to the black-haired boy and turned to head back the way he came, vanishing down a street that led back towards the shopping district. Idru stared at his phone for a few moments, seemingly in shock that he'd just gotten All Might's number, before yelling at the time and running down the street. Katsuki and Izuku scrambled up themselves, grabbing what things had fallen during their physical dispute, and ran towards their own homes for dinner. It'd be suspicious if they arrived home late, after all, considering that they'd supposedly left a good minute before their eavesdropping began. But their friend just got All Might's number. They were going to get All Might's number too. And they couldn't even talk about it, because they weren't supposed to know. Kaken, I never thought I'd say I was glad about your eavesdropping habits, but this is really something. The spiky blonde reached over to smack the back of Izuku's head, causing him to whine in offense. Shut up and run faster. I can't believe you're this effing breathless after one day of no training. And keep quiet until we get indoors. We don't want people hearing this sheet. Right, Izuku should be more careful. It was a wonder he'd kept even his own secrets this long, with how careless he could be sometimes. Private message with Yagi Tashinori, 9:35 p.m. Kirishima Idru. All Might? Wait, that's too informal. All Might-san? All Might-sensei? Yagi Tashinori. Yagi-san is fine with me, Kirishima Shounen. What was it you needed? Kirishima Idru. How should I tell my friends about you? I know you don't want to reveal your hero identity, so I'm trying to think of something that won't give it away, but they're both huge fans of you and they might figure it out fast. Especially since one of them has an analysis-type quirk, and I can't even lie that well on my best days. Yagi Tashinori. Tell you what. If you can't think of anything, tell them to meet you at Dagoba Municipal Beach Park tomorrow at dawn. Let me know how things went when you arrive, and if you couldn't think of anything, I'll explain things for you then. Kirishima Ijiru. Thanks, Yagi-san. Kirishima Ijiru set down his phone and stared at the bookshelf across the room, processing what has just happened. He just texted the number 1 hero. He'd informally addressed the number 1 hero and had basically explained what a F up he was, but the hero had texted him back. And now he was taking his 2 friends, 2 All Might fans bigger than he could ever be, thanks to Crimson Riot being his favorite, to meet the man in the morning, and he couldn't tell them who he was. Holy shit, when they found out he was going to die. Taking a deep breath, the black-haired boy stood up and went over to his bookshelf, picking up a collection of hero interviews from the Silver Age, and bringing it over to his desk. Something told him he'd need a lot of courage and determination to chat with his friends for the next while, for however long it took for them either to be given or to figure out the truth about Yagi Tashinori and All Might, and what better place to get that than from his own idol. Kirishima Ijiru was still afraid, but he'd do his best to work through it as he always did. The rule of 3 was made for us, 11:59 p.m. The hardest cinnamon roll. Hey guys? Kind of have something to tell you. Baku baku boom boom. Ugh, I swear if it's about being something other than heterosexual, we already know. Who the F changed my username? We live in a society that I am exercising my right to remain silent. Baku baku boom boom. This isn't America, fool. Come out of your house, Deku, I just want to talk. The hardest cinnamon roll. No, it's something else. Wait, what? KXMDSKW. We live in a society. Ijiken, it's kinda obvious, but don't worry. We love and accept you for who you are. Baku baku boom boom. And we'll kick the butts of anyone who doesn't. Anyways, the F was it you wanted to talk about? The hardest cinnamon roll. I'm not gay. I think? We live in a society. Are you sure about that? .png was uploaded. The hardest cinnamon roll. CJKSMDMSKSKS. We live in a society. You've turned down everyone who's ever asked you out on a date, bro. None of them were guys, so there's no true indication that you're interested in them either, but you've never shown interest in any of the girls at school. The hardest cinnamon roll. You're not wrong. I mean, I'm not attracted to them romantically or whatever, but girls are still gorgeous. We live in a society. Of course. One does not have to be an artist to appreciate the beauty of a drawing or a painting. Baku baku boom boom. Says the only non-artist in the chat. We live in a society. And that's why it makes sense. You guys both know I love your art. The hardest cinnamon roll. Okay, I get where you're going with this, bro. But it's not like I'm attracted to guys that way either. At least, if I am, I haven't noticed it. I've never looked at anyone and thought, wow, I'd like to tap that. And it doesn't feel right to want to? I think I'm getting confused. Baku baku boom boom. Of course it doesn't feel right. You're not some entitled douchebag dude bro who thinks he's God's gift to women. You're an actually decent FING human being whose company I actually enjoy for PRDS of time that don't include you get destroyed. Unlike those useless extras that don't try for jack shit. The hardest cinnamon roll. Bro, I feel so appreciated. Baku baku boom boom. Then why the F are you crying? Stop that. The hardest cinnamon roll. I'm crying because you're so manly, bro. Wait. We live in a society. Here it comes. The hardest cinnamon roll. I am confused even more now. We live in a society. Let all your frustrations out on the keyboard, Kirishima-kun. Tell me your feelings. The hardest cinnamon roll. Well, Dr. Midoriya, I seem to be questioning my sexuality. Baku baku boom boom. Maybe now you'll finally recognize it when someone's FING interested in you. The hardest cinnamon roll. Wait, there are guys interested in me too? How do people like me? They all hated me when I first moved here. We live in a society. I share your pain, Ijiken. I too am oblivious to the romantic advances of others in my direction. And I'm sure we'll still be just as oblivious when we end up getting into Yui. The hardest cinnamon roll. Oh shit, that's right. Eligible hot singles from all over Japan will be in our area. Shit, what if they like me and I can't tell? I don't want to break anyone's heart because I'm oblivious. TWT. Baku baku boom boom. Anyone who lets their heart get broken just because you didn't notice them in a week or something isn't worthy of your attention in the first place. Anyways, as entertaining as this is, can we get back to what Idru wanted to talk about in the first place? I wanna to see what he says. We live in a society. Kaken. We were having a moment. Baku baku boom boom. We needed to end that moment. We live in a society. It's rude to just say things like that. Baku baku boom boom. It's rude to make me look at your face all day. The hardest cinnamon roll. I can't even. I guess I'll tell you guys tomorrow. Katsuki using proper capitalization and punctuation has me spooked, even if it's just to mock Izuku. We live in a society. Alright Ijukin. Remember you can talk to us about anything. Baku baku boom boom. Deku shut your up if you're not any more innocent than I am in this and you know it. The hardest cinnamon roll. Yeah. Meet me at Dagoba Municipal Beach Park tomorrow at our usual time. The beach that's covered in junk. I'm gonna go to bed now, so good night. The hardest cinnamon roll has gone offline. We live in a society. Sorry Kaken. Good night Ijukin, even though I'm late. Baku baku boom boom. Fing Deku. Baku baku boom boom has gone offline. We live in a society. Good night Kaken. I'll see the two of you in the morning. At approximately 5:30 in the morning, Kirishima Idru arrived at the beach, almost a full half-hour early. His face was pale and sweaty, as though he were coming down with something, but he knew that he was fine. It wasn't an illness making him feel sick to his stomach, it was the thought of lying to his closest friends for the unforeseen future. But he was fine. He could do this. It was to keep the secrets of the #1 hero. If he couldn't do that, then it didn't matter what was said to or about him. He wouldn't be able to call himself a man if he couldn't stick to his word. Calm down, Idru. Don't go second-guessing yourself now. You've already gotten this far, and you've still got a long way to go. You need to relax. That's why you're here early. It's a beach, right? Even covered in garbage, there's still a view of the ocean behind it. Just listen to the waves, watch the sunrise, ignore the rotten smells mixed into the salty sea air, and relax. The black-haired boy gave himself a miniature pep talk, focusing on the present moment around him rather than the future looming ahead or the past dragging behind. He had no other choice if he wanted to look all right by the time the others arrived, as doing anything but would likely end with him experiencing a nervous breakdown. There were just too many possibilities, sometimes, and he couldn't always stay confident about his choices like his friends did. Being around them for 2 years had certainly given him some tips on how to fake it, though. He'd fake it until he made it, because it didn't matter if he wasn't the person he wanted to be yet, as long as he still tried to be. It didn't matter if he was afraid all the time, as long as he worked to achieve his goals in spite of it. Dedication was the soul of a manly spirit. So even if he failed at times, he could still be the person he wanted to be if he worked for it. Kirishima Idru could be a hero, a real hero, as long as he tried his best and kept moving forward. Yawning quietly, dressed in the black tank top and sweatpants he usually wore for training, Bakugo Katsuki grabbed a duffel bag and finally left his house. While he didn't know for sure what they were going to be doing at the beach covered in garbage, he was certainly free to guess. There was little doubt in his mind that they'd be doing some sort of stupid community service thing disguised as training. Therefore, because he knew Idru was probably too stressed and Izuku was probably too excited to think of the mundane things they'd need for the day, he'd done the trio a favor and had oh so graciously decided to bring said things himself. Wrapping tape for their joints, thick gloves to protect their hands from whatever bullshit rusted junk was out there, a sturdy pair of shoes to replace Idru's Crocs, a spare long-sleeved undershirt or two for Izuku, some energy drinks and nutrition bars for the lot of them, a first aid kit for emergencies, etc. Katsuki was prepared for whatever fuckery All Might was going to throw their way, and anyone who disagreed was going to be proven soundly wrong. This wasn't his first time training, and it wouldn't be his last either. Stopping outside his nerdiest friend's house, Katsuki turned towards the door just in time to see it swing open, and to see Izuku bounce out with way too much energy for this early in the morning. Looking closer at the greenette, he got the feeling that Izuku hadn't slept at all last night, and growled in annoyance. He was slacking off just because they were going to see All Might at the beach. Well, The FING jokes on him. Katsuki did his research and Izuku was going to FNG regret his lack of sleep by the end of the day. If All Might didn't make sure of it, he'd just have to do so himself. Morning, Kaken. The shitty nerd at least knew better than to say, good morning, even if they were on their way to meet All Might. He still sounded too happy though, and that look in his eyes was borderline manic. How much caffeine did he have to keep himself awake? Was he honestly going to risk a crash in front of the #1 hero? FING dumbass. Katsuki had to do everything around here, didn't he? Deku, the very next second I see you look tired, you're getting an hour and a half of sleep. No excuses, and if you start avoiding me to get around sleeping today, I'll kill you. Got it? Izuku nodded, and Katsuki was nowhere close to satisfied, but it'd have to do. Even when they were kids, the greenette was always trying to get away with sheet around him, and trying to hold him back in some way always failed. Eventually, the blonde realized that he was dealing with things the wrong way. No, he wasn't wrong, he just hadn't found the correct approach yet, and plain out spoke with the other. Sheesh, if he knew that all it'd take to keep the nerd safe was to chat things out. Like a sappy wimp or something, he'd have spoken to him ages earlier. Well, no, that's a lie. Katsuki didn't like talking to people, for all he actually did so on a day-to-day basis, and this was especially true if they were asking him shit they should already know. But when Izuku had asked him why he was acting the way he was, the spiky blonde had managed to channel his rage into the effort of having a relatively normal conversation, and the two children reached an agreement. As long as Izuku stopped trying to get away with dangerous shit on his watch, he'd try to talk more and be friendlier with the extras. That was all the nerd wanted, apparently, and it was actually not long after that they'd become friends with Izuku. Stupid emotional Deku had probably noticed the hidden gold in the black-haired boy before he did, and made that deal so the three could become friends easier, and that set him off. Kaken, what do you think is gonna happen at the beach today? We're supposedly being trained by Al, you know who, and I've been thinking about the possible regimens he could give us to follow, and whether or not they'll be more difficult than yours, and I went online to do some research and try to find articles that weren't clickbait dash. Katsuki reached over and yanked on Izuku's white shirt sleeve, mindful of avoiding skin contact, and got the other to quiet down. We'll find out when we get there. And we're going to a beach that's covered in junk. Do you really think we're going to be just weight training or some shit out there? At the energetic smile the green-haired boy sent his way, Katsuki once more internally screamed at the sun for rising so early in the morning, and knocked his duffel bag into the other's side. Fucking, tone it down, I've got everything we're gonna need. And remember, we're not supposed to know anything, so don't go running up to Yagi-san in fanboy mode. The beach is just around the corner. With a slightly more subdued nod, Izuku visibly reined in his emotions, categorizing and filtering them so that only his usual amount of morning energy shone through. It had its flaws, the nerd's hands shook slightly, and if it wasn't his hands shaking he'd be bouncing a leg or something, but those were regular enough behaviors that they'd go unnoticed. Katsuki and Inko were probably the only ones who could interpret the various meanings of his more subtle movements, anyways, so this would work just fine for their first meeting with All Might. That it was almost unbelievable that the three of them, Katsuki, Izu and Izuku, were going to be trained by All Might. All Might, the #1 hero himself, was going to be training them. The old Katsuki, the one who'd looked down on everyone without giving them a real chance, would have completely taken this for granted. It just would have been another sign of his greatness. This Katsuki, though, who he was now, knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that couldn't be f'd up. The absolutely minuscule odds of this happening. Well, it was nothing short of a FNG miracle. Kaken, I see Ijukin up ahead. He's talking with All Might and looks pretty nervous. Should we give them advance notice that we're approaching? The spiky blonde scanned the trash-covered sand ahead for the two, and after finding them, stared for a few moments. Ijukin looked more like shit than he should, that was for certain. The DMN hard-headed idiot was a morning person. FNG woke up with perfect eyeliner and a sunny smile that could potentially outshine a happy eyes' smile, so maybe an advance warning would do him some good. Therefore, Katsuki grunted an affirmation, which turned into suspicion when Izuku approached him with a mischievous little grin and his hands behind his back. The F kind of warning are you planning, EUB? Izuku smeared a handful of sand into Katsuki's hair, and without any hesitation, the blonde began sprinting after the greenette, scooping up his own handful of sand for revenge along the way. Without a doubt, this act served its purpose of giving Idru and All Might an advance notice of their approach, as the adrenaline-filled laughter of Izuku and the playfully enraged yells of Katsuki echoed over the piles of trash. Ijuku-en. I have no regrets. Tell my mother I love her. As Izuku swerved around Idru at top speed, Katsuki dropped his duffel bag there and followed, choosing to take the direct path by leaping over Idru's head to tackle the greenette. Revenge was served in the form of Izuku's own hair being completely messed up, and his playful struggles eventually led to the two boys wrestling in the sand, as the two they were supposed to meet with watched on. On his back as Izuku temporarily got the upper hand, Katsuki noticed All Might lean over to whisper something to Idru, followed by laughter and a nod from the black-haired boy. He looked a bit better already. Not bad, not bad. Whatever that sheet making him anxious was could F off. Now to just get Izuku on his back again and show him who's boss around here. And there. Yield nerd. Yield. Izuku soon gave up and smacked the sand with his palm, and as an amused Idru came over to help them up, Katsuki felt a smirk cross his face in satisfaction. Objective complete, fuckers. Advance notice and a morale boost successfully given. Once Katsuki and Izuku were no longer covered in sand from their impromptu wrestling match, the two friends found themselves faced by Idru and All Might and quieted down to hear what they had to say. Idru spoke first, seeming a bit nervous, but not as much as he had been when the two were about to arrive. So, this is Yagi-san. I met him yesterday after ditching you guys for All Might. Super sorry about that. By the way, I'll make it up to you somehow. He's All Might's manager, and he knows what happened with the villain yesterday, and he wants to train us. Here was the point where, had Izuku been genuinely ignorant to the fact that Yagi Tashinori was All Might, the green-haired boy would have held out a hand and offered to analyze the man's quirk. This was something he did regularly these days with new people, asking to analyze their quirks in exchange for tips on how they could improve their own usage of said quirks. As his quirk was registered as an analysis quirk without any hints of the fact that he could learn the quirks of others, it was his way of actually learning new quirks without betraying his morals. By offering useful information to the person he was analyzing, he wasn't just taking what he wanted without giving anything in return. And even if he couldn't learn or couldn't use the quirks he learned, he still gave the original users advice. It wouldn't be right to just leave them empty-handed, because he'd still made an attempt to learn their quirks in the first place. As it was, however, Izuku did not offer this deal to the man he officially knew as Yagi-san. Why was this, one might ask? It was because All Might had gone to great lengths to keep his quirk and his civilian identity a secret from the public, and Izuku could respect his wishes. He'd be a hypocrite to do anything but, after all. Instead of offering to analyze All Might's quirk and give him tips on it, Midoriya Izuku simply sent an excited smile to his older childhood friend, and turned back to their idol in disguise. I can hardly believe All Might's manager wants to train us, Izuku began, his green eyes scanning the emaciated blonde man up and down in an appraising manner. But Yagi-san, are you sure you should be training us like this? You're favoring your left side, and it's subtle enough that most people wouldn't notice, but it also indicates you've been hiding it for a while. Plus there's a bloody tissue sticking out of your left pocket, and while it might just be from a nosebleed or something, there's also a tiny bit of blood smeared at the corner of your mouth. Are you okay? The man choked on air and began to cough roughly, Idru immediately holding out a tissue by his side with concern as Izuku watched on with a small, guilty frown. It wasn't his intention to cause his idol harm, but it seemed he'd surprised the man by sharing his observations. Was something seriously wrong, that All Might didn't want other people knowing? If so, Idru was likely aware of it, given the tissues he'd brought along today. That indicates that whatever Idru knows was found out before yesterday evening, perhaps close after the time he'd grabbed onto All Might's leg and hitched a ride. The number one hero did seem to be in a bit of a rush, so maybe he'd been leaving quickly to hide whatever problem he had? Was this why he'd been appearing in public less often? Maybe he'd been hit by a dangerous quirk that had lasting effects of some sort? For how great a hero he was, heroes were still human, so maybe someone had hit a weakness that the public wasn't aware of. A sharp elbow to his side broke Izuku's descent into deep thought, and glancing around swiftly, he took note that All Might and Aijuru were whispering to themselves while Katsuki pretended to be looking elsewhere. It was likely that he'd begun to mutter, and given that the spiky blonde was closest, it was likely that he'd been the one to elbow jab him. Izuku sent a quick nod of thanks to his friend, as it wouldn't have been a good thing for Aijuru or All Might to hear his thoughts at that moment, and received a neutral sneer in return. "My apologies, young man, but you startled me. I didn't think that it was noticeable, but I suppose with an analysis quirk such as your own, it would be difficult to miss." As All Might finished wiping a new streak of blood from his mouth, Katsuki reached into his duffel bag and pulled out a water bottle, handing it to the hero without a word. "Thank you. Now, young Midoriya?" Izuku nodded, and listened as the emaciated blonde man spoke. "Roughly 5 years back, I sustained an injury that severely damaged the internal organs on the left side of my body. My lung was heavily damaged, and my stomach was next to pulverized. It was necessary to receive surgery to save my life. However, I recovered quickly, and I've been doing better since then. So while I do have some issues remaining, I am in overall good health, but I appreciate your concern." The man sent him and Katsuki 2 thumbs up, and while Izuku was skeptical, he had little choice but to accept it for now. 5 years back. It must have happened sometime around the fight with Toxic Chainsaw, but Izuku had done his research, and he couldn't give credit to that villain. While problematic, All Might had finished him off quickly and had sustained only minor injuries, and was back to saving more civilians within the hour. There had been a few days where nobody had seen him, but that was because he had been called out of the country to help with a situation in Europe, as he sometimes was. Maybe that was a cover for his surgeries and recovery PRD? It had only been a few days, but All Might hadn't been absent for any time longer during the year, and it made sense. The symbol of peace couldn't afford to look like he was slacking, even if he was loved by the public. Plus, after that time, he'd begun to slowly appear less often. His decline in appearances. It makes sense that he'd gotten injured and had been forced to work through his recovery PRD, and that would do no favors for his injuries. They wouldn't have been able to heal properly, since he jumped right back into hero work without any easily noticeable changes, and since he's still suffering today. His body and his quirk must both be incredible to withstand the strain of it all. Another elbow to the side jerked Izuku from his thoughts again, and he looked up to see All Might staring at him in concern. Right? The man had been in the middle of speaking and he'd zoned out. Talk about rude. "Ah, sorry Yagi-san, I was just thinking. Your body is pretty thin right now because you haven't been receiving as many nutrients due to the loss of your stomach, right? I remember reading somewhere that people who suffer injuries like that have to change the ways they eat, and that it's difficult to get into the habit because it's so different from the norm. Are you still eating 3 meals a day?" All Might nodded, and Izuku internally fist-pumped at his save. "Yes, I do still eat 3 meals a day. They're smaller, because I can't eat as much as I used to, but I manage well enough." "That explains it then. You should be eating more often than 3 times a day, because you can't eat as much in 3 meals. The same amount of overall calories consumed in different quantities and frequency throughout the day. Think of it like constant snacking, almost, but with meal foods rather than snack foods." As Izuku corrected the diet of the number 1 hero, Katsuki stared at him with an expression that was some mixture of extreme offense and exasperation, and the corner of his mouth quirked up in a smile. "Since you're training us, we can help you get in the habit of eating more often. Just think of it as us returning the favor, or clearing the debt we owe you for doing so." With a baffled expression, the man stared at him in a thoughtful manner, and Izuku sent his friends a wide grin of delight. Katsuki rolled his eyes in return, and Aijuru gave him an enthusiastic thumbs up while All Might wasn't looking, seeming rather happy that they could help him out a bit. Izuku knew that this had probably been weighing on the black-haired boy, as none of the 3 friends were really comfortable with the idea of the number 1 hero training them while being injured, though none of them had said anything about it. It was just something he knew because he knew them, and because he knew himself. "All right, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to try out." At All Might's agreement, Izuku internally fist-pumped again, and listened as the man continued. Now, for your training. I suppose the three of you are wondering why I had you come to a beach covered in junk. Beside Izuku, Katsuki huffed with irritation and spoke up. You're gonna have us clear the beach or something as our weight training, right? We've got 10 months until the UE entrance exams, and this beach is just the right size for 3 teenagers to clean up in that time. It'll keep our muscles consistently developing throughout our bodies as we lift and haul the junk around, and the extra time we have can be used for hand-to-hand or quirk training. Kaken, using our quirks in public is illegal dash. Katsuki rolled his eyes again. Sheesh, he was doing that a lot this morning, and sent Izuku an impatient expression. I know that I was talking about inside or something. He's All Might's manager. He FING knows about indoor training facilities. Off to the side, no longer standing particularly close to All Might but not exactly next to Katsuki and Izuku, Ijuru seemed to relax a bit more. Izuku noted this from the corner of his eye, but pretended to have missed it when the black-haired boy looked his direction, simply sending him a grin as the number 1 hero spoke up once more. With such little information, that was rather insightful, young Bakugu. You're correct. Clearing the beach will act as the base of your training, and while I hadn't considered the option of giving you hand-to-hand or quirk training, those are both good ideas. Now, for clearing the beach, I've rented a few dumpsters and a truck up the stairs from here. Each of you can fill the dumpsters however you please, though I'd recommend starting with smaller objects and using at least 2 people for the heavier items at first, and I'll empty the dumpsters when they get full. The civilian identity of All Might seemed to take an appraising glance at each of the 3 teens before him, and nodded to himself, before pointing at Izuku. You've got the farthest to go in terms of physical build, so don't rely too much on your friends for help here. I'm sure your quirk has helped you get around situations where strength is necessary thus far, but you shouldn't rely too heavily upon it. Young Kirishima, young Bakugo, don't help young Midoriya here for the first 7 months of this training. If you find an object so heavy that it requires all 3 of you to lift, save it for a later month. Moving his hand towards Katsuki, the number 1 hero continued his assessment. Your physical build is the most advanced of the 3 of you, I'd say. I can tell you've been training your body for some time, but not a particularly long time. Perhaps 6 or 7 months. Take good advantage of your youth and keep it up. When building up your muscles, it's the beginners that have it easiest, so train yourself right and work hard. Katsuki nodded, sending a light smirk at Izuku and Ijuru from being acknowledged as the best built of the 3, before All Might moved on to the last of the 3 friends. Young Kirishima, your build is between that of your 2 friends, but you're closer to young Bakugu's than young Midoriya's. I'd recommend you try to seek help in this part of training as little as possible, but if you absolutely need it, ask Midoriya Shounen. The 2 of you need the most work, physically speaking, so assisting each other would be more beneficial than either of you getting help from Bakugo Shounen. Coughing lightly and dabbing the corner of his mouth with a tissue, All Might, no, Izuku should be calling him Yakin now, lowered his other hand and stuffed it in his pocket. His phone came out a second later, which he used to check the time, before turning his full attention back to the 3 teens before him. Until lunchtime today, the 3 of you will be working on clearing this beach. Young Bakugo, go for a section farther away from the dumpsters so you get more of a workout. Young Midoriya, take the area closest to the dumpsters here. Young Kirishima, choose an area somewhere between those of your 2 friends. When noon rolls around, we'll take a half-hour break for lunch, and then we'll spend an hour assessing what hand-to-hand combat skills the 3 of you may have. Afterwards, I'll be heading to the agency, and the 3 of you can continue to work on the beach or train independently. Over the course of this upcoming week, I'll develop an individual training plan for each of you to follow, and the UE entrance exams will be here before you know it. Bringing a fist up in front of his chest, Yagi-san grinned at Katsuki, Izuku, and Ijuru, saying his last before the 3 would get to work. You have remarkable potential, boys. I hope to see each of you become true heroes of the next generation. Now let's get to work. On the morning that marked the 4th month of training for the trio of friends, Midoriya Izuku prepared for war. Well, maybe that was a bit dramatic. The green-haired teen had dressed himself in black sweatpants and a black t-shirt that said spandex, in white on the front, was wearing his red and orange friendship bracelets, and had tied the gray laces of his red shoes into perfectly mirrored bows. On top of this he had a forest green sweatshirt with the zipper left undone, so as to reveal the writing on his shirt, and black sunglasses with reflective red and orange lenses. Only clothes and accessories, nothing too special, so saying that he was prepared for war was a bit excessive. Maybe. Regardless, today was an important day in Izuku's eyes, one that he couldn't afford to screw up. Idra had messaged him and Kaken at an ungodly hour in the morning, asking them to show up to the beach an hour later than usual and that he'd explain it once they got there. Katsuki had immediately spammed private messages to Izuku once he'd woken up, and the two of them had come to the same conclusion. The secret that Yagi-san was All Might. Idra wanted to reveal it to them, and he had to convince All Might to let him do so. That was the most probable option, anyways, and the two of them were relieved. They tried to make it easier on Idra by avoiding conversation about All Might and his manager, as much as they could without seeming suspicious or acting out of character, really, but they'd still seen their friend spiral with his anxiety. It was even beginning to reach the levels he'd been at when he'd first met them, and they'd planned to come out and tell him that they already knew, but then he'd texted them this morning with the request to show up an hour late. Idra was taking matters into his own hands, acting without following anyone's wishes but his own, and they couldn't screw that up. He relied on them a little too much, and it wouldn't be right to let him continue to do so for much longer. As a hero, he'd have to make tough decisions on his own, and he had to be ready to do so. After a quick back and forth between Katsuki and Izuku, the two had decided that it was most important to show their support for his decisions, before putting down their phones and getting ready for the day. For Izuku, this meant placing an emphasis on the bonds they shared as friends, and his willingness to defend those he cared about. Therefore, the friendship bracelets and the colors of his outfit had been chosen accordingly, and he was ready for the day. Katsuki would likely be more physical in his support, making more casual contact with Idra than he normally would, but he might dress for the occasion as well. At the very least, his green and red friendship bracelets would be coming out of the box he kept them in, so Katsuki and Izuku would be showing a united front. If Idra decided to wear his green and orange friendship bracelets today, which data from past events indicated there being at least a 60% chance of him doing so, then the three of them would match for an ultimate solidarity. Alright, it's time to do this. Slapping his cheeks and squinting in the mirror one last time, Midoriya Izuku deemed himself suitably prepared for the day, and grabbed his plain messenger bag on the way out the door. Inside the bag were his current notebooks, a binder filled with loose papers that could be rearranged according to his preferences whenever he added something new, multiple pencils and pens organized by color, a few books that had recently caught his attention, wrapping tape for his exposed arms and hands in case he got overwhelmed, a spare school uniform, a first aid kit that Kaken had given him, and miscellaneous items that might come in handy while he was out and about someday. Izuku was not a hoarder, he just liked to keep things in case they came in handy. Yes, the full-size stapler at the bottom of his bag had been used outside the house. Yes, some of the ponytails from the small pack he'd gotten had been given away to people in need of tying their hair back, or in need of something to hold a poster rolled up because they'd forgotten a poster tube. No, he hadn't yet found a use for his deck of Yu-Gi-Oh cards because nobody actually played the game anymore, but he would find someone who did someday. Anyways, today was a school day, which meant that their beach training was cut in two, one part before school and the other part after school. 2 hours were spent at the beach in the morning, then the three friends went home, showered, ate a breakfast that didn't consist entirely of protein bars, and changed into their school uniforms. In the afternoon, they'd go home, change back into their workout clothes, eat a healthy snack, and then head back to the beach for another few hours clearing away junk. Depending on the day of the week, they'd then go to one of the martial arts dojos that All Might had found them, head out to the woods to practice with their quirks and other things where they wouldn't get in trouble, or just use the free time to relax and recover from the exhausting week. The weekends were much the same, but clearing the beach was an uninterrupted block of time followed by group training with Yagi-san, who would come up with various battle simulation exercises for them to try out. Not all the exercises worked out, and it was a learning experience for all of them, but it was invaluable preparation for the future. So, they didn't really mind losing so much of their time to potentially socialize with classmates, who would want to hang out with the three of them anyways. So, Today is a school day, and Ijukin asked Kakin and I to show up an hour later than usual. We're almost certainly going to be talking a lot, so it's unlikely we'll actually get any work done, but there's still a chance we will, which is why I'm not in my school uniform right now. Get ready to conquer potential anxiety issues with the power of friendship, Izuku. You've got this. I've got this. Let's go. When Katsuki joined him on his way to the beach, Izuku didn't stop giving himself a pep talk, but instead started including the spiky blonde in it. Said blonde listened to him ramble on with a scowl on his face, but didn't interrupt him, probably thinking that he needed it to keep his emotions under control. An emotional Izuku was not a good Izuku to be stuck with, apparently, so Katsuki let him get away with the necessary things to keep himself calm. Kakin was wearing his friendship bracelets. That's 2 out of 3. Practically vibrating with anticipation, Izuku led the way down the steps and onto the sand of the beach, scanning the horizon for Aijuru and Yagi-san. Both were probably somewhere by the area Katsuki had chosen to clear, as the blonde's meticulous cleaning method had led to his section of the beach being the least dangerous to sit or lay about on. Izuku's section was a close second, but it was still in view of the nearby street, so private conversation wouldn't do well there. Upon spotting his friend and their mentor standing together in the distance, the green-haired teen focused his quirk upon them with a bit more power than he usually did, and took note of their awkward stances. Both were rather tense, and it looked as though they'd been arguing at least a little bit. Maybe All Might didn't want to reveal his secret? But if that were the case, why were Aijuru's fists clenched? Never begrudge someone the right to keep their own secrets, so something else had likely occurred. That he has that expression he'd get when we first started studying together, like he's received information he doesn't know how to process and isn't quite sure how to ask for a repeated explanation. Pale, some sweat is visible now, he's seen us and that smile is absolutely rife with nervousness. Time to shut it, we're getting in hearing range. Katsuki was nice enough to warn him before they got too close, and Izuku smiled gratefully at him, before spotting a detail that had him shouting one thing more. 3 out of 3, perfect score. Aijuru and Yagi-san heard that, and shared a confused glance, relaxing from their tense stances a bit. Izuku's gaze was locked on the green and orange friendship bracelets around Aijuru's left wrist though, and thus he barely noticed it as he sent his black-haired friend a brilliant smile. Aijuru smiled back nervously, and after sending a look towards Yagi-san, left the skinny man behind to approach his friends. In the next few seconds, Katsuki and Izuku found themselves standing before him, ready for the conversation that he'd promised them. Katsuki, Izukin. Aijuru messed with the bracelets a bit, unaware of the action himself, but it being noticeable to those he'd addressed. I promised you an explanation for my message this morning, and, I wanted to talk with Yagi-san before actually telling you things. To make sure it was okay with him, because it's kinda his secret I'm gonna tell you, It might sound hard to believe, but I promise I'm not lying, and it can be proved. Proven. Izuku folded his arms behind his back, attentive to what Aijuru was saying. His quirk nudged him to relax his stance a little, as the black-haired teen's shoulders rose a bit with anxiety, and he casually did so with a leg sliding a few inches to the side. Physically unbalancing himself in this manner portrayed a sort of openness that most people subconsciously viewed as vulnerability to attack, and thus it would assist in calming the other, if only a little bit. Yagi-san is All Might. I found this out after I'd grabbed onto his leg and we landed on a rooftop, and his buff body disappeared in a cloud of smoke to reveal this one, and we had this whole discussion about it and ended up sharing our tragic backstories, trademark, and he asked me not to tell you about it because if it got out to the public it'd totally ruin his image or something, and I wanted to tell you. I didn't want to keep this from you, but on my way home we had another discussion and he asked me to introduce him as his own manager, and I was. Izuku dropped his arms and took a step forward, but Katsuki held him back by the sleeve of his sweatshirt. When he turned his head to look at the blonde, the other simply shook his head once, and gestured back to the almost hyperventilating Aijuru. This wasn't something that could be interrupted yet, no matter how much he wanted to, seeing his friend literally shaking with pent-up emotion. I was so sure the two of you would find out and hate me for keeping this from you. So I came to talk with Yagi-san about it, and he still didn't want to tell you, but Idru lowered his head until his face was hidden behind his black bangs, taking a deep breath, and his voice quickly came out a bit quieter than it was before. I told him something important. I told him that if I'm gonna be the hero I want to be, I can't live my life with regrets. And I know that if I lost you guys because of something that I could have changed, that would be the biggest regret I could have. As Idru peeked through his hair, his carmine eyes wide and flicking between the ruby and emerald gazes focused on him, he clenched his fists tighter. His posture was tense, as though he were expecting to get hit and was preparing for the incoming blow. Yet he continued speaking, his voice tight and breaking, despite the fear in his eyes at what their response would be. Do you hate me for keeping All Might a secret from you? For lying to you and deceiving you for months now? I wouldn't blame you if you did, but I still want us to be friends. The two of you changed my life for the better when we met, when we started hanging out and never really stopped. I was in a bad place when I moved here, and you guys helped me with that so much. So, I have to ask if this is the end of our friendship. Because I betrayed your trust in me, I took your good deeds and flung them back in your faces. Bokogu Katsuki, Midoriya Izuku. Do you hate me for what I've done? The teen standing here, before Katsuki and Izuku, was vulnerable and waiting for their judgment to befall him. Sharing a glance, the two began to have a silent conversation of expressions and gestures, as Yagi-san watched on in the background. We shouldn't have let this go on as long as we did. We should have confronted him about this sooner. How could he think we'd hate him? He's been doing All Might a favor, keeping the man's secret when he was under no shitty obligation to do so. He's been hurting this whole time. We didn't see it. We didn't care enough. It's our fault he's so worked up now. Because we didn't bother to look into his feelings any deeper than the surface. We missed it, we effing wrote it off as nothing. We need to make up for our mistakes. We don't hate him. Ijukin, we can't hate you. Katsuki took a step forward, pausing when Idru flinched, and resuming at a slower pace. 3 steps forward, and 2 arms wrapped around their black-haired friend, pulling him in close as Izuku approached from the side to do the same. Screw his stupid aversion to touch, he would comfort his friend, damn it. Of course we don't hate you. That has to be the stupidest thing I've heard all week, and you were there when our dumbass classmates struggled to figure out what 2 plus 2 is. In their arms, Idru released a watery laugh at Katsuki's declaration, leaning into the blonde's shoulder. If anything, we like you even more now. Which is pretty difficult, considering how much we like you already, so feel accomplished instead of nervous. You kept a secret of All Mights from us, despite knowing how much we'd be interested, and you felt guilty about it. You're an amazing person, Ijukin. How could we ever hate such goodness? Resting one hand on Katsuki's shoulder, Izuku used the other to give Idru a reassuring squeeze, and smiled softly when the black-haired teen finally wrapped his arms around the two of in return. He could feel the other's arms shaking slightly, and upon sharing a glance with Katsuki, saw that he'd felt it too. In sync, the childhood friends hugged each other tight, as a visibly moved All Might pretended that he wasn't crying in the background. 8 months into training, Katsuki, Izuku, and Idru had cleared out almost the entire beach. Only a fraction of garbage remained in comparison to where it had started out, and people were beginning to come back to the beach to enjoy the pristine sandy areas, families and friends and couples alike. This meant that the trio couldn't always talk freely, but they had other places available for them to do so, and it was one of these locations that they found themselves in after a long day of work. Reaching over to rummage through the snack pile they kept stocked in this part of the woods, Bokogu Katsuki scored a bag or 2 of supreme spicy chips, and tore one open as he began to speak. Hey, do you think All Might has been acting weird lately? Izuku hummed from his place against the wall of their treehouse, not bothering to look up from the notebooks he was transferring data to and from, and nodded. He started watching us more closely a while back, roughly a month after we were told of his hero persona, so it's unlikely to be related to that. Lately that attention has been more obviously focused on each of us individually, as though he's trying to choose one of us for something, and is having issues deciding. Maybe he wants to ask one of us a question about how we met or something, and feels awkward about it. It's logical to assume that he wants to get to know his pupils better, considering he's putting so much time and effort into them. Playing a time-sensitive game on his phone, Ijuru's eyes remained focused on the screen, but he spoke up as well. I can understand that. We're all pretty different from each other at first glance. Katsuki seems brash and unpleasant to anyone who doesn't know him. Izuku tends to unnerve and weird people out when he's not watching himself close enough, and people keep calling me a naive cinnamon roll when they think I'm not listening. You wouldn't think we'd get along as well as we do, but that's just why you don't judge a book by the cover. Draining a can of soda and crumpling it in his hands afterwards, Katsuki picked up the sketchbook he'd been penciling in moments before taking a snack break and squinted at the page. How much do you want to bet he thinks we're dating? Ijuru choked, dropping his phone, and quickly scrambled to pick it back up as Izuku laughed. I'll take that bet. 500 yen against. Ha, so little Izu? Could it be you're not sure about your stance? Katsuki teased the greenette, poking the corner of the other's nearest notebook when he wasn't writing in it. I'm raising the betting pool to 1,000 yen. Tossing another can of soda towards the spiky blonde, Izuku smirked dangerously and ignored the whine Ijuru made at losing his game beside him. Maybe I'm absolutely certain. Maybe I'm just playing the long game. Did you consider that? For all you know, I could be tricking you into raising the bet higher on your own, so I'll get a bigger pot without having to wager more of my cash. You're too impatient for the long game, and we all know it. That quirk of yours is on my side this time. Wouldn't you agree, Ijuru? Pouting at the screen of his phone, the black-haired teen sighed and shrugged. I don't know, man. Izuku can be pretty tricky sometimes. Even being straightforward about his trickiness could be another trick. That's why I'm staying out of this bet. How did you even get the idea that Yagi-san might think we're dating? Katsuki shrugged in return and turned his attention back to the page, tapping his cheek with his pencil. Like you said, we get along. The two of you are human beings that I can actually tolerate the existence of. If All Might has seen us around other than training, he'd probably figure that out real quick. Take an insufferable a-hole who's a dick to everyone but one or two people, and you might start thinking that those three have something going on. It's the whole bad boy helping a wounded kitten trope. People go crazy for that sheet. In the middle of a sentence, Izuku couldn't help but snort at the comparison. I can totally see it. Ijukin is totally a kitten, and I'm the wounded part. And how the f are you wounded, Deku? Did you go and do some stupid self-sacrificing sheet again? The spiky blonde teen squinted at the greenette, his expression morphing into irritation. I swear, if you went out and tried to talk to villains again, I swear I'm gonna dash. I'm wounded by the fact that you think All Might thinks we're dating. At the deadpan response, Ijuru stifled a snort and pretended to be deeply immersed in his game when Katsuki sent an unamused look in his direction. Eventually, the blonde returned his focus to Izuku and huffed as his irritation began to fade. Whatever. Just, whoever All Might decides to FNG approach first about this sheet has got to tell the others whether it's about us dating or not. And no lying to get out of paying up. I'm looking at you, Deku. Izuku waved a hand dismissively towards Katsuki and closed one notebook in front of him before reaching to open another. Yeah, he agreed with a light smirk, ending the conversation. I'll be honest if he ends up approaching me. With that, the three friends lapsed once more into a comfortable silence, each focusing on their own thing in the company of one another. Guys, we're almost done. Look at the beach. Look at how little junk is left. On the way to his dumpster, Ijuru whisper shouted to Katsuki and Izuku when he passed by them, and the two took a step back to appreciate the view. Truly, the vast majority of the beach had been cleared off. Pristine sand sparkled in the light of the morning sun, a few small children running in the waves as their families enjoyed the day. A few joggers ran along the outskirts of the area, and one of them waved as they passed by, sending them a bright smile and a thumbs up at the work they'd gotten done. All that remained of what was previously an illegal dump was a broken down and rusted car, a couple broken televisions, one more broken fridge, and some loose debris that had broken off of other junk throughout the day. Sharing an excited glance, the three friends sprinted for the remaining garbage, shoving one another and cackling. Save the car for last, Izuku yelled. Save the car for last. We'll do it together. Aijuru went for the loose debris scattered across the sand, wanting to take care of that quickly in case one of the toddlers running around decided to come to this section of the beach, while Katsuki and Izuku both ran a heavy TV up to their respective dumpsters. Strips of metal and chunks of glass failed to cut the black-haired teen's hardened skin as he tossed them into his bag, and the explosive blonde and the greenette returned for the fridge at the same time. Briefly, the two squabbled over whose dumpster they would put it in, before deciding to just chuck it into Aijuru's dumpster and carrying it off. Before long, the three friends were circled around the last bit of junk remaining, wide, satisfied grins on their faces. On three, everyone. A few joggers and beachgoers stopped what they were doing to observe the three, interested in seeing this go down. 1. Katsuki called out, reaffirming his grip on the left middle of the car, his hands protected from the twisted underbelly by the heavy work gloves he wore. 2. Izuku added in a gleeful tone, making sure the front right section of the car was securely in his grasp. And 3. Aijuru finished the count with a shout, lifting the right rear of the car with his hardened hands, as the other two lifted their respective sections in tandem. Together, the three friends heaved the car across the clean sand, pushing themselves harder as they ascended the stairs. With the encouraging shouts of their audience at their backs, they brought the totaled vehicle over to the area their dumpsters were located in, and dropped it beside the full bins with no small amount of delight. The last piece of trash had been hauled from the beach, with only a week remaining before the UE entrance exams. And they'd done this all by themselves. Yeah, bitches. Haha. Katsuki fired off exuberant explosions into the air, cackling with the sheer amount of satisfaction he felt at destroying the last signs of shitty human behavior from what was, admittedly, a really beautiful beach. Overcome with positive emotions himself, Izuku dove in to hug his two best friends, forgetting his aversion to touch for just one joyous moment. Together, the three ended up in an excited dogpile next to the car and the dumpsters, laughing and cheering at each other for doing what they'd thought was an impossible task for only 10 months. Eventually, the onlookers returned to what they'd been previously doing, and the three friends settled down a bit from their rush of endorphins. All Might, in his most heroic form, approached the teens with a proud smile and snapped a picture for future reference. After scrolling through his gallery, he pulled up a picture from 10 months earlier and turned his phone around to show his trainees just how much they'd progressed since then. Good work, you three. You've returned this place to its former glory and made it safe for the public to enjoy once more. The picture that the man showed them had the three teens bickering over a large, ruptured bag of dog shit, none of them wanting to be the one to deal with it, and each of them looking rather green at the unholy smell it was giving off. And look at how far you've come in the process. Young Midoriya, young Kirishima. The two of you have bulked up quite a bit. And young Bakugu, by no stretch of the truth have you been lagging behind. All of you have done incredible work. All of you have made me proud. Sharing an odd glance, for none of them had truly gotten used to All Might's presence in the 10 months they'd known him, the three friends couldn't help but react to the fact that All Might was proud of them. Katsuki blushed and turned away, unable to completely play it cool while looking his idol in the face. Izuku shrieked quietly, hiding his face in his hands, and muffled giggles could be heard for several moments afterwards. Aijuru reacted in a mixture of the other two, blushing and stuttering out a single, thanks, before quietly shrieking with Izuku. None of them were really expecting praise for doing this, because it had been expected of them to do it, and why would they be praised by the number one hero for fulfilling simple expectations? Now then, with the entrance exams in a week dash. Coming up the stairs, a woman shrieked upon seeing All Might, and a crowd instantly began to form. The hero was graceful despite being interrupted, and continued where he'd left off, albeit at a quieter volume than before. And more time on your hands, I wanted to take some time to train each of you in a one-on-one setting. But for now we run. Turning swiftly on his heel, the number one hero sprinted off towards the streets of the city, and the three friends scrambled to follow before they were caught up in the rush of All Might's fans trailing behind. When it was Izuku's turn for one-on-one training with All Might, the green-haired boy had woken up an hour before dawn, and had wandered to the beach to watch the sun rise. His mother was still asleep, as per usual, and he was as careful as always not to disturb her rest. She was working more often these days, and he didn't want to cause her to lose any sleep she might have needed, so quietly out of the house he went. The streets of Mizudafu felt like another dimension, almost, with the silence they carried despite never truly being asleep. A few other people wandered around this early, but they never spoke and their footsteps never fell. They were quiet, and they were peaceful, and they were always watching. When Izuku arrived at the beach, he noted that the atmosphere was amplified here, now that it was clear of the rubbish previously staining its pale yellow surface. In the dim lighting just before the dawn, the sands appeared white and the ocean appeared black, a grayscale environment where nothing moved and nothing breathed but the world itself, exhaling gentle gusts of wind through his messy curls. It was soft and a little bit cold, but it felt like a second home. Then the sun rose, and Izuku returned to his first home as colors broke free from the hazy memory of apathy they'd been trapped behind. Life, warmth, color, and vibrancy. This was the world that the Greenette was born of, and this was the world that would always be his first home. It was in this world that he would continue forward on his path of heroism, and it was in this world that he'd stand alongside his friends as they did the. This was the world for which he was created, rife with complex simplicity. Beautiful, isn't it? I've come to enjoy watching the sunrise here, before you and your friends show up for training. A time of rest, before the time for action. I'm glad you're here to experience it. The quiet voice of Yagi Tashinori sounded out beside him, the man having arrived to observe the sun rise roughly half an hour later than he had. Neither he nor Izuku had spoken during that time, just watching the horizon and waiting for the color to return to the world, peaceful in the company of another who understood the feeling. I woke up earlier than usual, and I was too excited to get back to sleep. So I decided to come here and... I didn't expect you to show up early, with how tight your schedule is. The skinny man smiled, and reached over to rest his hand on Izuku's shoulder. It was a light weight upon him that may have bothered him another time, but with the peaceful atmosphere still lingering, he found himself smiling at the feeling of warmth that it brought to him. I always make time for moments like this, my boy. It's important to experience the peace of the world as well as create it, to reaffirm what you're fighting for. Not to mention the stress relief that doing simple things like this can bring. A time of rest before a time of action. The calm before the storm. With one more pat, the man released Izuku and turned to walk away. That same hand beckoned the green-haired boy to follow, and thus he did, leaving behind the quiet beach and returning to the streets that were beginning to awaken. All my... You want me to... What? The time for lunch had nearly arrived, the time at which Izuku would leave to join his friends and continue the rest of the day by their sides, when the number one hero had said something. Impossible. If not impossible, then it was downright absurd, and... What? I want you to inherit my power, young Midoriya. My quirk, which has been passed down for generations, I want you to carry on the torch in the next. Izuku could feel himself going cold and pale, his skin beginning to itch where it was in contact with his clothes, the sweat beading down his forehead leaving behind a trail of pins and needles behind it. All might, he took a step back and a little to the side, in order to lean against the bench press he'd previously been working on. Why me? My quirk is already incredible, sir, I don't understand. Izuku was grateful that he wasn't holding any weights, for if he had been, he would have dropped them by now. You and your friends are remarkable people, young Midoriya. I'll admit, I found myself hard-pressed to choose between the three of you, but something has always told me that it had to be you. Ever since I saw you fighting that sludge villain to save your friend. With a gentle hand that felt like freezing fire and burning ice, All Might led the green-haired boy over to a nearby seat and offered him a bottle of water. He took it quickly, with shaking hands, and tried to subtly move just the right distance away so as to discourage further physical contact without seeming rude. Your analysis quirk is powerful indeed, but it won't help you against opponents that are significantly bigger and stronger than you are. Your mind is sharp enough to cut diamond, a trait I don't quite possess myself, but your body is significantly lacking. While the quirks of your friends can help them protect themselves in a physical battle, yours cannot. This was. All Might was worried about him, But he didn't know what he was offering him. He didn't know all the details. He was going into something this important without. The greatest of heroes all share a single trait in the stories of how they became such young Midoriya. Their bodies moved before they could think. I saw that in you 10 months ago, and as I trained you and your friends, I saw even more admirable traits. You calmed young Bakugo when he needed assistance, quelling his rage. You made sure young Kirishima was confident in his abilities in the most subtle of your own actions. You know how to help people, young Midoriya, and you act to do so selflessly, without thinking for the consequences that may befall you beforehand. But that wasn't him. That was just a friend being a good friend. He wasn't. This isn't who I am, All Might, you've got it all wrong. That is why I want you to be the next holder of my quirk, young Midoriya. The next holder of One for All. Izuku stood up sharply, glancing towards the doors to make sure they were securely shut, despite knowing that the two of them were alone. This building was privately owned by Yagi Toshinori, so nobody would be there without him inviting them, but he still had to check. Maybe he was being a bit abrupt, as All Might did appear rather startled, but he couldn't. He wouldn't allow this to go on any further. I'm a liar, All Might. I'm a liar and I'm selfish, and I'm nowhere near as worthy as you think I am. The man opened his mouth to speak, beginning to look alarmed at the firm belief in his voice, but he didn't let him interrupt. And even if I was worthy, you still shouldn't give me your power. I'm probably the worst person you could give it to, because of my quirk. If I had that much. If I had One for All, along with everything else my quirk can give me, I'd be. I can't take it, All Might, you can't give me your quirk. Izuku sent a pleading glance towards his idol, his skin burning and his hands shaking harder as he silently begged the man to understand. The way I see it, young Midoriya, you're quite possibly the best person I could give it to. Why do you think otherwise? All Might reached out to rest a hand on his shoulder again, but Izuku flinched back, and the man watched him with a puzzled and somewhat wounded expression. Please, explain it to me. I don't understand where you're coming from. I don't know your life story. I can't understand your point of view if you don't tell me what or why it is. Staring at the number one hero, whom he also knew as Yagi Toshinori, the green-haired boy quickly thought it over. This was All Might. Surely, if it would be safe to tell anyone the truth of his quirk, it would be him? He'd told Aijuru, and nothing bad had happened to him yet, so surely it would be safe to tell the number one hero? The number one hero, who had just shared a secret about his own quirk. Izuku had to tell him now, if only because of that. He had to, in order to keep things fair. Data for data, knowledge for knowledge, a secret for a secret. He had to keep it equal, or else he'd be taking advantage of him. He'd be taking advantage of his idol. Alright. Give me a moment, please. Yagi-san nodded, and Izuku relaxed a little bit, relieved of at least a little stress that he was experiencing. He could calm himself down before speaking, so he didn't say anything he'd regret later on. He didn't have to rush. He could speak at his own pace. Sitting down on the machine across from the bench All Might was seated on, Midoriya Izuku took deep breaths until his skin was only crawling instead of burning, and began to talk. When I was 4 years old, I didn't have a quirk. I did, however, have a quirk when I was 5. And when I got home and I showed my mother what I could do, she said something very important to me. Even though I was only 8 years old at the time, I had seen enough to understand where she was coming from and why she was so worried. I had to listen to her, because I understood the truth she was trying to teach me. Taking a light breath, Izuku sat up straighter, taking on the simultaneously serious and sad expression his mother had worn those many years ago, and spoke in a mimicry of her gentle, loving voice. Izuku, she said, your quirk is something so very, very special. I hope that I'd never have to ask you something like this, but for the safety of my mind and the safety of my son, please promise me that you'll hide this part of your quirk from others. There are people out there who will want to use you for your abilities, Izuku, people who would take you from the safety of your current life and break you down until you have no choice but to follow them. It's not safe for anyone to know what you can do, so please, promise me that you'll keep this secret from anyone you wouldn't trust with your very heart and soul. He remembered her request word for word, as it had been such a prominent moment in his life, and his eyes as he spoke mirrored the sadness his mother had displayed when she'd asked him to hide a part of himself. Even when he finished saying her part, the sadness remained in some small amount, alongside a longing for the day when he could finally reveal himself to the world in his entirety. Only 3 people other than myself know the truth about my quirk, Yagi-san. Kaken knows because I first discovered the ability with him. Mom knows because I told her that same day. Ijiken knows because both Kaken and I trust him with everything we trust with each other. And now, Yagi-san, you're the 4th person to know my secret, because if there's anyone else I can trust in the world, it's you. Clenching his fists against his sweatpants, some of the cloth caught up between his fingers, Izuku met the gaze of the number 1 hero head-on. Emerald eyes met labradorite, and without blinking, the green-haired teen made his closing statement so softly it could barely be heard. I've always looked up to you, All Might. I know that this world is terrible and cruel, but ever since I was a child, I've seen you working to make it a better place. I've seen the genuine hope in your eyes as you stare through the darkness to the light beyond. I've seen through the smile you make for the sake of the people you're saving. I've seen the sheer faith in humanity that you carry. You're like me, or I'm like Yus. And that has inspired me to keep going. But it doesn't mean that I deserve to be the next symbol of peace. Silence fell within the workout room, and its 2 occupants continued to observe the other, waiting for what would happen next. All Might's decision, or more words from Izuku, both waited for something to break the moment, both contemplating their own points of view. I shouldn't be chosen just because it makes logical sense, or because you think I'm like you, All Might. You haven't known me long enough to truly gauge my worthiness, or even just my honesty. The fact that you were so open about your quirk with me, along with what I've seen of your personality, indicates that others have been told this truth as well. Word hasn't gotten out, so you may yet have been more careful than it seems on the surface, but you made a mistake in telling me. If I were someone else, another version of me with different morals, there would have been no hesitation. With your power behind my quirk, I would become unstoppable. And that is incredibly dangerous. After several minutes passed by, the number 1 hero finally sighed, and nodded in acceptance. Midoriya Izuku, if I cannot pass my power on to you, can I still have your agreement that what has been said here today will remain secret? Can I trust you not to tell your friends of what we discussed today, for as long as it takes me to choose the next holder? Relief swept over the green-haired teen, and he nodded in return, his hands no longer shaking. You have my word. As All Might beamed at the boy, a genuine smile rather than the mask he wore during his work, Izuku abruptly realized something. While he wouldn't be able to let himself accept All Might's quirk directly, he could still receive it in a sense, and it would be weak enough that he wouldn't have to fear going mad with power. One for All gathered a stockpile of power by jumping from user to user, and that meant that he'd be able to learn the quirk without receiving any of the energy stored within it. Plus, if he learned it himself, he'd be able to help whichever of his friends actually ended up with it, should they experience any trouble controlling it. That was the swaying factor, it seemed. He wanted to help his friends first and foremost, and if he could do so by learning a quirk that probably wouldn't help him much until many years in the future, he'd do it. All Might. The man tilted his head, taking in the suddenly determined expression upon Izuku's face, and responded, Yes, what is it? Could I analyze one for all so I can know how to help the next holder control this power? When you were telling me how you got it earlier, you mentioned that you knew how to use it immediately, but that probably won't be the case with the next holder. The energy stockpiled has probably increased drastically since you've gotten it, perhaps beyond the critical threshold given the fact that you never seem to run out of energy, and that could very well be dangerous. All Might blinked, and it was clear this had never occurred to him, as a concerned expression began to grow upon his face. You're saying that one for all could harm the next holders? Izuku nodded and explained his reasoning. The theory of quirk singularity states that quirks will eventually become too powerful for their users to safely use without damaging themselves, and given how one for all works, it's possible that the next holder will experience significant difficulty in wielding it safely. There's no way to know whether or not this is true without testing it out, but given your comment about my limbs potentially popping off if I were as scrawny as the day you met me, I assume there must be some sort of precedent to cause this belief. I want to analyze one for all so I can help them work through any difficulties they may face, just in case they end up proving the theory of Quirk's singularity to be true. Given how long he'd had the Quirk and how successful he was as a hero, All Might likely didn't need any advice in using it. Therefore, Izuku would go for second best, offering information to the next user, whoever they may be. It was a debt that would take some time to pay off, but it was also a debt that aligned with his desires, and therefore one he wouldn't have any difficulty paying. Even if for some reason All Might ended up choosing someone who wasn't one of his friends, he'd still be fine with it, because he'd still be helping out in a way that only he could. He'd be providing a service that nobody else could fulfill, and that gave him a feeling of immense satisfaction. I see. Alright, young Midoriya, you may analyze one for all. Do you need me to do anything for you to do so? With the number 1 hero's agreement, Izuku stood up from the workout bench he'd been seated on, and approached to sit beside All Might. The lean man made no move to touch him, likely remembering how he'd reacted to it before, and the greenette couldn't help but smile at the consideration being afforded to him. No, not really. I just need a point of physical contact to focus on, and my quirk will do the rest. You might hear me muttering some strange things in the process, and I might go into a trance for a little while cause your quirk is a particularly strong one, but it should be over in about a minute or two. If you want to help speed things up, you could tell me what your quirk feels when you're using it, once I'm roughly 30 seconds into the analysis. Izuku held out his hand as though he were waiting for a handshake, and his smile widened slightly when All Might accepted it. Placing his other hand over the back of the number 1 hero's, the green-haired teen thanked the man for letting him do this, and focused his quirk upon the buzz of foreign energy between his palms. And then it began. Power, power, so much power, energy, strength, fuel, take, no, slow down, stockpile of energy gained through generations of users. Imprint theory. Imprints of the past users left behind. Traits and ideals. Justice. Vengeance. Desire. Strength. Power. Izuku was lost to the pull of his quirk in a way he hadn't experienced in a long time, ever since he'd begun to tame the incessant hunger his quirk possessed. One for All was an incredible quirk, a unique quirk, a quirk he'd never seen the likes of before. To us, it felt almost sentient, but as though it were sleeping, a light doze on a hot summer afternoon. As All Might began to talk about what it felt like to use One for All, Izuku's quirk stored the data he was hearing and feeling in a bundle of nerves close to its core, categorizing its importance compared to the other quirks he'd learned. Energy storage functions, bioelectricity, mass STMLTN of cells, redirection. Peak performance update system. Pathways to and fro, a gateway currently closed, but which may be opened upon the user's will. DNA infusion, inheritance. Energy infused into the DNA of the user, gateway opens. Energy withdrawn, gateway closes. Trails, strings of energy, connections. Invisible transfer mechanism. All Might shifted in position slightly, and Izuku's quirk scattered and reformed, eagerly observing the flare of energy throughout the man's body. Every bit of information was good, every single bit. Injury compensation. Quirk altered itself to function differently in light of the user's sudden physical changes. Peak performance. Previously saved data. Emitter quirk, not a transformation quirk. Base functions analyzed. Feelings, experience, analyzed. Quirk compatible with current system specifications, active and passive usage functions applied. The quirk would work somewhat differently for Izuku, as learned quirks always did, but he'd definitely be able to help the next holder of One for All. His analysis of the user revealed that the quirk itself was mildly intelligent due to the imprints of the past users, and that it would try to hold out on injuring its users as much as possible. The version he possessed was different in that it had no imprints to it but for the user he'd directly analyzed it from, as with all the quirks he'd learned. The imprint that All Might left behind. Analysis complete. Data stored. That it was incredible how true to himself the man had stayed despite being in possession of such power. He never faltered in the search for his ideals, and yet he also never compromised his own morality. If All Might chose to, he could rule the world as an all-powerful dictator and enforce the peace that way, yet he stayed true to himself. This sort of imprint would be important for Izuku in the future, should he begin to struggle with his own morality, as he often feared he would someday. Young Midoriya, is everything okay? Feeling his face relax slightly, Izuku realized that he must have been wearing an odd expression of some sort, and released the hand of the number one hero. Analyzing his quirk had sure been something. Yeah, how long was I out? 2 minutes. All Might nodded, and Izuku brightened up, pleased that he'd successfully estimated the amount of time he'd be entranced beforehand. So, you will be able to help the next holder with what you've learned? Without any hesitation, Izuku nodded in return, his mood having swung from the earlier seriousness to a pleasant sort of satisfaction at his successful analysis. He'd definitely be able to help the next holder of One for All once he got a little practice with his own learned version in. Absolutely. Good to hear. The number one hero seemed relieved, and Izuku suddenly realized that he might have scared the man at some point. Was it the concern at the theory of Quirk singularity, or had he said something weird during his analysis? Oh geez, was he just muttering power to himself the whole time? He'd love to find out, but alas, All Might spoke again before he could ask. Well, there's still a good 20 minutes left before lunch. Would you like to get some more reps in? It was more of a suggestion than a question, but Izuku didn't mind. All Might was the one training him right now, after all, and he was used to Kaken just straight up ordering him to do certain exercises at certain times. It was all for the sake of becoming a hero. Sure thing, Yagi-san. Happy with the way his day had gone, despite having to tell the man the truth of his quirk, Izuku walked over to the bench press with a pep in his step, and proceeded to work out until it was time to leave. Quirk, stockpile inheritance has been learned. At lunchtime, seated between his two best friends, Izuku enjoyed a bowl of spicy ramen as they chattered on about their days. Hey, Izuku, how was your training with Yagi-san? Katsuki and I did some stealth exercises of our own in the woods while we were waiting for you to get back. Rolling his eyes to Izuku's left, Katsuki reached around to snag some chips from Ijuru's plate, ignoring the indignant, hey, that came from the black-haired teen right after. We basically played hide and seek. Stealth exercise, PT. If we'd had our paintball guns, then it would have been a real stealth exercise. As his two best friends began to squabble over the validity of vanilla hide and seek as a stealth exercise, Izuku remembered the training session he'd had with All Might. He remembered the discussion they'd had, and the promise of silence he'd given the man. Even though keeping a secret from his friends had hurt Ijuru, and history was always likely to repeat itself, Izuku took comfort in a few simple facts. 1. Keeping this secret would be temporary, as All Might had only asked him to keep it a secret until he chose a successor. Barring the possibility of All Might dying before he did so, this secret would be a temporary one, and that kept a lot of stress off his shoulders. 2. He knew the history of what had gone down, and therefore he'd be able to avoid the same troubles along the way. The bonds of friendship were strong between the three, and though he was quite certain they'd be able to withstand another secret of this magnitude being dropped on them, he'd rather avoid the trouble altogether. So he'd take comfort in the fact that this secret was a temporary one, and would do his best to support whoever All Might chose as his successor when the time came. 3. No matter how good people thought he was, and no matter how innocent or naive people believed him to be, Izuku would always have a depth to him that could not be breached. There would always be a vault within his soul that carried secrets unable to be shared with the world, and although it made him heavy at times, it made him strong as well. It was with this strength that Izuku turned to his two best friends, and told them all about his day with a smile, leaving the discussion with All Might out of the story completely. The day of the UE entrance exam had arrived. After months, no years of preparation, the trio of friends would finally see if all their hard work had paid off. Katsuki was sure that they'd pass, of course. With him in charge of their workouts before All Might, once they'd actually gotten serious about things and done some research, they'd all experienced a greater amount of improvement than they had individually. He'd evaluated Izuku and Ijuru multiple times throughout their training, had asked them questions on what they thought was working and what they thought wasn't, was careful not to push them too hard while also not letting them stagnate. The blonde had the most experience with keeping one's body in shape ever since gym class first got competitive, and this with his natural leadership tendencies made him perfect for the job. So, after putting his effort into his friends, Katsuki was certain that the trio would get into Yui High. Not only that, though, the day before when they'd been about to part at that familiar street corner, he'd made his beliefs clear. The three of them would pass the entrance exam, and they'd absolutely destroy the competition while doing so. Katsuki, Izuku, and Aijuru would get the top scores of their year, and everyone else would be left in the dust behind them. In direct contrast to Katsuki's certainty, Aijuru was really quite nervous about the exam. He'd made it clear that he wasn't doubting the abilities of Katsuki and Izuku, but when pressed a little, he admitted that he was worried about the competition. Specifically, he didn't know how they'd compare, and he was worried about just how many other people would be trying to get into the school. Katsuki's place was practically guaranteed thanks to his powerful ambition, and Izuku would surely get in with his quirk leading him the whole way, but Aijuru? He wasn't sure, and that made him nervous. When the three had discussed this, Katsuki and Izuku had done their best to reassure him that he was on their level. Just because he was indecisive sometimes, and he didn't have the academic intelligence they had, didn't mean that he wasn't their equal. He was street smart where they weren't, he was better with people than they were, and the icing on top of the cake, he was also actively trying to improve himself. Not a lot of people could say that, and after some further discussion, they'd finally been able to bolster his confidence. With Aijuru thusly swayed to Katsuki's beliefs, the only person who hadn't been clear about their stance was Izuku, and that was where his current train of thought had led him on this surprisingly brisk spring morning. Izuku was calm, for the most part, as he contemplated their chances. Over the course of the past week, he'd done the last of his research on the entrance exam and had discovered that they'd be fighting robots. Katsuki would excel in this, he knew, and Aijuru would have no trouble. His two friends had quirks that were quite useful for avoiding physical damage, as explosion gave the user a ranged attack and hardening protected the user's body, but he wouldn't be using his learned quirks for this. On the very slight chance that he didn't get into Yui, he couldn't risk higher powers knowing of his true abilities until he was able to protect both himself and those he cared about, and that meant he'd be moving forward with the limitations of his registered quirk. If he ended up in general studies, he'd have to hold himself back a while longer and prove himself worthy of the heroics course in the sports festival. That would help spread his name and face out there a bit more effectively than his participation as a heroics course student would. People were always entertained by an underdog, but it was also too risky to justify deliberately taking that route. There were too many variables that he wasn't aware of and couldn't account for. Therefore he'd have to try his best in the exam and just deal with whatever ended up happening. Pass or fail, he had options available to him, and he'd make his movements accordingly with the outcomes of today. Izuku could do this with what he had registered as his quirk. It might hurt more, it might take more effort, but he could do it. He'd trained with his friends for years, and then he'd been trained by All Might himself. Izuku could pass the entrance exam today with flying colors, and he would get into the heroics course of Yui High. This was where he stepped forward of his own volition and made to seize the future that he desired. The auditorium was rather spacious and had halfway filled with examinees by the time Izuku entered. Glancing around from behind his sunglasses, he tried to spot his two friends in the crowd, but found his attention being drawn away to several interesting candidates. Those who would be their competition. A boy with tousled black hair and a blue-white bandana was twisted around the back of his chair to speak with someone behind him. There weren't any obvious signs of what his quirk was, indicating that it was likely an emitter or transformation-type quirk. Perhaps something to do with his hands. He was careful with how he moved them, enough so that his quirk was probably touch-activated. Another boy with dark blue hair and rectangular glasses was sitting up straight within his seat, rigid enough that it looked almost uncomfortable. His gaze was directed forward, but every so often it'd flick to those around him, as though he were assessing their personalities and casting judgment upon those he found lacking. Several nearby hero wannabes seemed a bit intimidated by it. A teen with long white hair sat close by, the color of their hair changing to primrose as they fidgeted with a stress ball. Color-changing quirk? It didn't seem very useful. Poor kid was probably going to get pummeled, unless they had a trump card of some sort. Izuku, there you are. We've been waiting for you. A sudden weight being thrown over Izuku's shoulder had him turning slightly, the reflexive urge to punch the person or skitter away being pushed down until he could at least see the face of the one who touched him, and he relaxed when lightly tanned skin and black hair made it into view. It was just Izuku, grinning excitedly with a mildly irritated Katsuki beside him, and that meant he'd successfully located his friends. Or, well, they'd successfully located him. Yui was huge, honestly. He'd almost gotten lost on the way back from the bathroom. Taking a deep breath, Izuku lowered his sunglasses to meet the twin gazes locked upon him, a small smile growing upon his own face. Hey guys. This place is pretty massive. We might want to arrive early on the first so many days so we can map it. Katsuki scoffed, folding his arms across his chest in a way that had a few nearby examinees staring his direction in an appraising manner, and ignored them in favor of making his dry amusement clear. You got lost on the way to the bathroom, didn't you? No. Izuku sputtered a denial, shoving his sunglasses back over his eyes. He wanted to preserve his eyesight as much as possible today, as once he really started using the visual aspects of his quirk, light would begin hurting them more than usual. I almost got lost on the way back from the bathroom, but I didn't actually get lost. Close enough, nerd. And you, Izuku? I hope those bags under your eyes are some shitty attempt at a new makeup style, 'cause you're supposed to have gotten a full night's sleep last night. Helps the information from studying set in. As the black-haired boy rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly, red eyes averted, Katsuki's irritation grew. Come on, I was just nervous, you know? Today's a big day. Besides, you and Izuku got us covered. No way we didn't pass the written dash. Izuku was interrupted at this moment by the blue-haired boy with the glasses, coughing pointedly and staring intensely at the three of them. Glancing around, Izuku noticed that the auditorium was almost full, and that they were the only ones standing around on the stairs. Clearly, they had to get to their assigned seats, or they'd draw even more attention than they already had. Let's finish this later. The three went forward to find their assigned seats, and Izuku gave the blue-haired boy a nod on the way past. His gaze was sharp as he nodded back, and he briefly noted how his glasses gave him a more practical aura, as though his stiff position hadn't done so already. Glasses carried the stigma of intelligence too. What would the greenette look like with glasses? That train of thought would have to be boarded later, though. An adult was walking to the platform at the bottom of the auditorium, present mic, the voice hero, so the briefing was clearly about to start. Speeding up his pace, Izuku sat a few seats away from the fidgety teen from before. His gaze steadily scanned the surrounding students from behind his sunglasses, taking in what information he could as he and his friends settled down in their seats. He wanted to know as much about his competition as possible. Glasses boy's pants are bunched up weirdly around his calves, looks like a mutation quirk. Functions as a jump boost? The ankles aren't high up, so he's not likely to be part animal dash. And now was the time to perform some more discreet observations. His sunglasses would hide the shift in his eyes as he focused the visual aspects of his quirk on those around him, after all. No time like the present. That it was a shame that more people weren't using their quirks. Izuku loved picking them apart to see what made them tick. Maybe that kid with the fanged mask would do something. Or that kid with the primrose hair. There isn't much they can do with that color quirk in hero work, unless they plan on going underground. Do they have the physical training to make up for it? They'd probably make a great undercover agent if they learned a little contouring. Or does it only affect their hair? The whatever. Next target. After some time had passed, Izuku's attention was drawn back by the voice of the person beside him, the one with the colorful hair. Fortunately, given the rather straightforward information provided by present Mike, it was easy to redirect his attention without missing anything important. Why you look so calm? The teen beside him murmured with a sheepish smile. This is pretty big, huh? I wish you the best with your exam. And then he saw the stress ball disappear, a Rubik's Cube taking its place. His quirk immediately focused, ignoring all else in order to make sense of the irregularity. Spontaneous object creation. Limited by size? Or are they just keeping it subtle because of the others in the auditorium? The hair pigmentation shifts must be an inherited mutation. How far have they come with their quirk? How far can they go? Even creation limited to objects in small sizes is incredibly useful if one is creative enough. I'll be surprised if this person doesn't achieve hero course. Shifting his gaze away from the hands of the kid for a brief moment, Izuku took in their slowly relaxing expression and the hair color shifting to white. Passive. Emotive. Mutation. Not useful. How does that object creation work? His gaze returned to the kid's hands, and it was a good thing he still had his sunglasses on. The intensity currently in his eyes was enough to make children cry, and he didn't like scaring people who hadn't yet proven themselves to be DS. Thank you, and you as well, though it's unlikely you'll need it. The versatility of your quirk should make things considerably easy for you. He offered a slight smile to the other examinee and held out his hand. Physical contact required for in-depth analysis and assimilation. Advice will be offered in exchange for the data. My name is Midoriya Izuku. What's yours? I'm Razum no Kashi. The teen hesitated before dismissing the Rubik's Cube from their hands and accepting the handshake. Physical contact successful, scan in progress. And thank you. I'm still working on my quirk. My success today is based on whether or not I can hold myself together long enough. I'm pretty sure you noticed, but I'm very easily stressed and overwhelmed. Nokashi chuckled, their hair fading to a soft yellow before they smiled at Izuku. I bet a few people's quirks are going to be their downfall here. I've seen a few that require living material, and last I checked, robots aren't alive and can't be manipulated or put to sleep or anything of the like. Izuku's gaze sharpened as the teen spoke, information flowing between the points of contact in greater measure than that gained visually. The items weren't generated from Nokashi's hands as he'd thought. No, it seemed there was nothing about the body itself that contributed to this kid's object creation. Were they summoned from somewhere else, then? Insufficient data, gray matter analysis required. Assimilation failed. Emitter quirk, mental subtype. Backlash from overuse may include headaches, nausea, vomiting, unconsciousness, bleeding from the nasal cavity, etc. Advice: limit usage to smaller and/or more familiar objects in order to avoid significant backlash. High stress levels noted. Advisory towards comfort objects and breathing exercises. Stress may affect quirk usage. Liking his lips, Izuku felt for whether or not he'd held onto the other's hand too long, and casually released it when the action would receive the least amount of attention. His hands slid into his pockets at that time, and he sat up a little more as the first students began milling out of the auditorium. I did notice, but you should try relaxing a little. Take a moment to try some breathing exercises to calm your system if you're starting to feel overloaded. It's more possible than not that running high emotions will affect your quirk negatively. Have you ever experienced nosebleeds from overusing it? He hummed lightly, a soft vocalization as though he'd had another thought, and tilted his head slightly. Remember that even if your creation is limited, small objects can go a long way. By offering advice to Nokashi, despite the failure to learn their quirk, Izuku was upholding his morals. To him, it wasn't a matter of whether he'd been successful or not, but the fact that he'd even tried that made it important to do so. Additionally, if this teen ended up in his class, he'd have a positive relationship with them from the start. The only time my nose bled from my quirk was when it first developed. Otherwise? And no. Izuku saw the teen's face get a tad warm, their hair beginning to go magenta, and internally smirked. The kid was probably embarrassed or something, and he couldn't help but enjoy it a bit. Izuku blamed Katsuki and Aijuru for this. Completely. He hadn't been sadistic about playfully teasing people until he'd discovered how satisfying it was to make his friends blush. Thanks for the advice. Izuku nodded once in acknowledgement of Nokashi's thanks, getting up and exiting the row of seats. Kaken and Ijiken are gone. They must have been eager to get to their battle center's dash, to let the other hero wannabes leave freely. His gaze was sweeping over the thinning crowd, as his focus began to fade from the teen beside him. Save your thanks. See that you make it into the hero course first, and then thank me. He wouldn't take credit for things he hadn't done. If his advice didn't help, then he didn't deserve thanks. I'll be seeing you around. Farewell. With that dismissal, Izuku began following the crowd of wannabes out of the auditorium. He had to analyze the competition he'd have at his assigned battle center if he wanted to get an edge above them, and he wouldn't be able to do that if he arrived merely on time. An early arrival was necessary for this, otherwise he'd get distracted and likely end up spending most of the exam time staring at the other examinees when he should be staring at the robots. Therefore, he'd have to get to the battle center he'd been assigned to quickly. And then he'd ace this exam. Everything was fine. Everything was just completely, totally fine. Izuku wasn't at all panicked. Nope, no way. He was fine, enjoying this dark, cloudy, overcast day, and not at all internally screaming because, holy F, that sparkling laser guy is kinda attractive, and oh gosh, that cute girl who'd saved me from falling on my face earlier is in here too. Totally. Target acquired. Chunks of concrete flew as a metal fist, collided with the ground, and Izuku lashed out for the exposed wires on the two-pointer's neck, fingers curling around the thin strips and tearing them free. The robot shut down. 19 points, I haven't gotten nearly enough to pass yet. And he turned to scan his surroundings again, emerald eyes wide behind his sunglasses. The green-haired teen was really patting himself on the back for thinking to wear his shades today. Despite the sun being hidden neatly behind the clouds above, with all the metal and flashy quirks in the area, light was being reflected everywhere. If it weren't for the sunglasses he wore, he was sure that he'd have at least the beginnings of a headache by now. As Izuku scanned the area for more robots to destroy, two students came flying towards him with a dangerous three-pointer behind them. One of them swung from tape connected to his elbows, and he seemingly saw something more worthwhile on a nearby street, as he decided to leave this robot to the examinee that had been chasing him. That was rather considerate. After taking a moment to check on the other examinee when they took down the robot, no physical damage taken, just increased anxiety. Izuku decided to follow him and sprinted through an alleyway in just enough time to see him tape up another robot. There were a few more available here, and he darted over to the nearest one, diving at the kill switch present upon its leg. In order to get points, one had to disable the robots. Those with more physically powerful quirks would just destroy the robots, while others would be forced to get creative about how they got their points. For Izuku, this meant exploiting any weaknesses his quirk could pinpoint, such as exposed wires and kill switches. For the tape-armed person, this meant immobilizing them so they couldn't move, as he seemingly hadn't spotted any kill switches yet. 21 points. I need at least 30 before I can even say I have a chance. Another minute passed, most of that time spent taking down robots and helping another examinee get out of the way of an attack they failed to notice, before the ground began to shake. Collectively, those nearby stopped in their tracks, taking in the sight of the massive robot that loomed over the buildings nearby and running away from the area. Nobody wanted to waste their time on what Present Mike had declared to be a mere obstacle, after all. Taking shelter in an alleyway to breathe, Izuku glanced at his hands, the skin exposed and unprotected from the hits he'd been dealing throughout the past 9 minutes. Bruises were already forming over his knuckles and the sides of his palms, trailing over his wrists and down his arms. Cuts and scrapes littered his fingers where he'd grasped and pulled at the exposed wires of the robots, smeared blood making the dust in the air stick to his skin. The pain was currently just a dull throb thanks to the adrenaline coursing through his veins, but he knew he'd be feeling it later. A pained scream sounded nearby, and Izuku turned to run towards the source, knowing that everyone else had fled the area. Some opportunist had likely stayed behind to take down the robots still nearby that were worth points, and had underestimated how much danger they'd be in. That zero-pointer was highly dangerous, but the other examinees had probably believed it to be all bark and no bite, given that this was only an exam. Eyes focusing on the figure trapped beneath freshly fallen rubble, Izuku recognized her as the girl who'd helped him earlier, and analyzed her prone position. Minor damage sustained, not threatening by itself, but it looks like she's been overdoing things. Movement is minimal. Breathing is heavy, but slowing down to a steady pace. Did she fall unconscious, or is she forcibly calming herself down? Biting his lower lip, Izuku's gaze returned to the giant robot looming overhead, and then towards the nearest building to it. A fire escape was there. He could climb up it and attack the zero-pointer from a higher vantage point, but it would be close. The robot moved forward slowly, but if he wasn't quick enough in taking it down, it would likely hurt the girl before he could do so. An optimal course of action would be for him to have help, so they could help the girl while he went for the robot, but nobody else was. Need any help here? Whipping his head around to see who was there, Izuku noted that it was the guy with tape-shooting elbows, and just as quickly returned his gaze to the robot. He had assistance available now, and that quirk was useful, and its owner seemed rather calm despite the pressure. Yeah. I need you to help the girl out from under the rubble, trapping her while I distract the zero-pointer. My registered quirk isn't suited for physical activity, but it can pinpoint weaknesses like nothing else, and this robot is full of them. We gotta act fast. Can you handle the rubble? Quickly flicking his gaze back to the black-haired mutation boy, Izuku waited only long enough to catch a confirmation, before bolting for the fire escape he'd seen before. The robot temporarily left his line of sight as he did so, and he heard it take a booming step forward before he finally reached the rooftop, and looked around for objects to assist him in his plan. There, a loose pipe, a chunk of rock, a sheet of scrap metal from a robot that had apparently fallen from the sky sometime earlier. A sword, a stone, a shield. Now is not the time for contemplating fantasy parallels. Grabbing the pipe, Izuku tested the durability with a sharp smack against the hard rooftop, and then quickly did the same with the scrap metal. Both were suitable, but he could only carry one object at a time as he climbed the robot, so what did he want to stop it from doing first? Moving forward, it has to stop moving forward. The next step it takes with its left foot is liable to crush the rubble where the girl is, and I don't know how long it'll take the other kid to get her out. That means it has 2 steps left before it'll crush her, and 2 steps left for us to save her. How do I stop it from moving forward? Jamming the joints. The scrap metal is thicker and sturdier than the pipe, so it should be enough to jam the gears. It's also sharp on the edges, so I'll have to be careful about not slipping on my own blood, but it should help cut any wires inside the leg to dash. Dropping the pipe, Izuku sprinted forward from the edge of the rooftop, and failed to stifle an instinctive scream as he gripped onto the metal with one hand and the robot's knee with his other. If he fell, even from this height, it'd end with him getting injured, and maybe even killed as the robot moved. Why didn't he think of this before? He didn't know. Still, he was here now, and the robot was beginning to shift its right leg forward, so he had to hurry up and disable the left leg now while he still could. He was at the knee, so he could just cut into the joint and get inside for heavy damage on the gears and the wiring. Without stopping to think any farther, Izuku proceeded to do just that, and clung to the robot's knee with his legs as he used his arms to wedge the scrap metal in as deep as he could. His hands suffered greatly for this, and he winced as 2 cuts opened up on the meat of his palms from pressing so hard on the metal, but he kept pushing it in deeper. He kept pushing it through the rubber insulation layer between the wiring and the metal casing of the zero-pointer, until he finally broke through, and he felt several thick wires being sliced through out of sight. He wasn't going to stop there, but with the sudden buzz of dangerous electricity he could feel heading his way with his quirk, Izuku barely flung himself away from the metal casing of the knee before a large shock of energy burst forth and fried the robot from the inside out. As the robot ceased to move, Izuku's face turned towards the ground that was rushing up to meet him, and his quirk reflexively hardened his skin for the landing. A slap on his cheek snapped him out of it, and with his sunglasses being sent flying, Izuku's eyes snapped open to witness the ground stopping a mere few inches away. His quirk registered his safety faster than he did, and his learned hardening shut off before he even gasped in realization, as he was safely caught just above the unforgiving concrete. Re-release. The force holding Izuku away from the ground released him, and he caught himself on his bloody hands and knees, turning his gaze towards the girl from before. She definitely overexerted herself, if the vomiting indicated anything, but Elbow Tape Guy was holding her hair back for her. That was pretty nice of him. It's all over. Test takers, examinees, hero wannabes, please return to the entrances of your battle centers and wait for our beloved medical staff to look you over. present mic announced the end of the exam, and all robots in the area shut down, leaving Izuku with a bad taste in his mouth. There was little chance he'd pass, with only 28 points. Well, general studies and the business course were both still options. He'd known that his registered quirk probably wasn't enough to get him by, and he wasn't ready to show what his actual quirk could do, so he'd have to lie in the bed he'd made. Whatever happened from this point on would happen, and Izuku would accept the consequences of his actions. Man, that was intense. That robot went up like metal in a microwave. You get zapped, dude? Taking a few deep breaths to calm himself before speaking, Izuku glanced around for his sunglasses and absently put them back on with bloodied hands. Just barely avoided it. My quirk is sensitive to electrical energy, and my reaction time is pretty good, so I was able to push myself away before it hit. I didn't exactly have anywhere to push myself to, though, other than open air, so. Releasing a nervous chuckle, Izuku smiled at the girl who'd saved him and held out a bloody hand for a handshake. Thanks for catching me, Uraraka-san. And thanks for saving her, tape guy whose name I don't know yet. My name is Midoriya Izuku, and if either of you don't end up in the hero course, I will eat my sunglasses and then quickly rush over to the UE staff to make them rectify such a mistake. Rather than accept his hand, the brunette seemed to be more inclined to stare at it in concern, and the green-haired boy slowly moved to do the same. Realizing his mistake, Izuku let out an even more nervous chuckle and lowered his hand. It seems I am covered in blood from many small but painful cuts. That's why protective gear is important, kids. Don't leave your house without elbow pads, knee pads, a helmet, gloves, and at least 5 layers of bubble wrap under your shirt. That's how you be safe, trademark. You're pretty funny, dude. I hope we end up in the same class. The black-haired teen with mutated elbows grinned wide and reached over to pat his back, guiding him towards the entrance of the battle center with Uraraka quickly walking alongside them. My name's Sirohanta. Now let's get ourselves checked out. I'm super thirsty from all this exercise, and there's a water bottle with my name on it back in the changing rooms. Committing the name to memory in case he needed to uphold his only half-joking promise, Izuku let the other boy lead him over to Recovery Girl, who he barely held himself back from fanboying over. Her quirk was a really useful one, and he hoped that he'd get to learn it sometime while he was here, but now wasn't a good time to try doing so. Not with all of these other examinees around him, anyways, where they could potentially catch on to his secrets. Izuku had used a learned quirk while he was falling. He thought he'd be able to suppress that part of him if he ended up in serious danger, but telepathic heart was faster than he was. Still, it had only been for a split second. What were the odds that anyone had noticed? What were the odds that someone would look over the recordings from his battle center and focus on him rather than those who were saving him? The odds were not likely to be in his favor, that was for sure. The rule of 3 was made for us, 6:57 p.m. We live in a society. And now, we spend a week writhing in the agony of not knowing how we did. Oh, wonderful day. Baku baku boom boom. The sarcasm is strong with this one. We live in a society. I have the high ground, Anakin. The hardest cinnamon roll. That if you have the high ground, then you're Obi-Wan. And if the sarcasm is strong with you, and Katsuki is Anakin, then the sarcasm is stronger with Katsuki. Baku baku boom boom. Did Izuku just FNG play himself? We live in a society. Baku baku boom boom. Holy F dash he did. Catch me dying of laughter in the club tonight. We live in a society. More like catch these hands, Kakin. You and me, Denny's parking lot, 3 a.m. Let's go beach. The hardest cinnamon roll. Oh, he's throwing down the gauntlet. But wait, our sleepover camping trip. You guys can't throw down this week. We live in a society. A travesty. I suppose we'll have to. Wait until we're in UE to truly test our skills against one another. Baku baku boom boom. At least then it won't be FING illegal. Given all those crazy exercises All Might gave us, we're sure to be going toe-to-toe in the heroics classes. The hardest cinnamon roll. True. You're pretty confident we got in. I guess we'll really see each other at our full potentials there, huh? Baku baku boom boom. You have no idea the sheer glee I feel at the thought of school-sanctioned violence. We might finally face real FANG challenges, none of this pansy but extra bullshit around us right now. The hardest cinnamon roll. Only the best can get into UE after all. You'll be able to pit yourself against worthy opponents and see how they measure up. And Izuku will finally be able to share his true abilities with the world too. We live in a society. How does it feel to be in reach of sharing your secrets, my guy? We live in a society. I am filled with equal amounts of anxiety, paranoia, and determination. I don't plan on sharing things immediately though, Izuku. I need to make sure I can trust our future classmates first. All Might told me that UE classes usually start out with orientation and a bunch of ceremonies and guidance counselor meetings on the first couple days, so I plan on using that free time to get to know them all. The teaching system does provide a lot of freedom though, so it's possible that my homeroom teacher could change things up. I need to think about what I'd be doing in the case that things are switched up. And you guys might not be in the same homeroom as me, so I need to figure out how to act if I'm alone too. Baku baku boom boom. Relax Izu, when the have teachers ever done anything unexpected on the first week? It's all gonna be boring get to know each other sheet and class curriculum papers and setup. Maybe something exciting will happen in our heroics classes, but otherwise it's just gonna be the same old things. We live in a society. But we still might not be in the same homeroom. The hardest cinnamon roll. Even if we're not in the same homeroom, we'll still have lunch and outside school together. So don't worry too much. Let's focus on our camping trip for now, and once we get our letters next week, we can think of things then. Sound good? Baku baku boom boom. Yeah, let's do the sheet. I call dibs on first pick of the food. We live in a society. Kaken, I already called dibs on that. Baku baku boom boom. Dibs don't count if not everyone is there to witness it, fool. We live in a society. But you were there. Baku baku boom boom. Frankly, I have no idea what you're talking about, and I am offended in advance that you would insinuate otherwise. We live in a society. You were standing right next to me. Baku baku boom boom. Offensive, well salted and taken aback. The hardest cinnamon roll. Tag yourself, I'm taken aback. We live in a society. I guess I'm offensive in this scenario. Kaken is clearly the salty one. The hardest cinnamon roll. Wilswy? Baku baku boom boom. Does that mean? The hardest cinnamon roll. Would you like some salt with your explosion? Baku baku boom boom. We live in a society. I'd like some. Preferably on top of popcorn. Baku baku boom boom. I can't believe you've done this. The hardest cinnamon roll. Believe it, angry Naruto. Baku baku boom boom. His shitty hair, do not compare me to that airhead jackass. His character arc is bullshit, his personality literally never changes, he solves everything with FANG unwanted friendship. That kind of friendship is forced bullshit and a bunch of narrative but pulls. I could write a story better than that with both hands tied behind my back. We live in a society. We woo we woo we woo. This is the unpopular opinion police, open up. Baku baku boom boom. You'll never take me alive, fuckers. Baku baku boom boom has gone offline. The hardest cinnamon roll. Did he just break his phone? I'm just down the street and I heard something shatter. We live in a society. Yeah, no, I was knocking on the door when I sent that last message and he threw his phone out the front window. It hit me right in the chest and turned off, but I think it still works. Nothing really looks broken, so if it is broken, it's broken on the inside. The hardest cinnamon roll. Just like me. Laughing face. We live in a society. We live in a society has gone offline. The hardest cinnamon roll. Oh no. The hardest cinnamon roll has gone offline. Aizawa-kun, come in. I understand you have the files of the students you'll be teaching this year, yes? Allow me to fetch us some tea. As a tired, disheveled man made his way over to sit in the couch along the wall of the lounge, dropping a stack of manila folders onto the table as he did so, the intelligent mouse bear dog animal that was the principal was quick and efficient in retrieving tea for the two of them, and the man kept his sigh internal. Principal Nedzu was known for having long discussions with those who would stand it, and when the tea was brought out, it usually meant that the discussion would be more exhausting than usual. Still, each conversation left Aizawa with important information to consider, so he couldn't just excuse himself and sleep away the afternoon. Like he wanted to. Like he'd planned to. Here you are, drink up, drink up. Now, I can tell you're rather tired, so I apologize for keeping you here, but I needed to go over a few things regarding your students this year. It had to be about expelling his entire class last year. I'm afraid that the minor uproar brought about by the lack of a passing class last year has made it necessary to place down a few limitations. Worry not, however. I understand you act out of your own brand of kindness, and I won't restrict such well-intended actions unduly. I simply must request that you keep your class around a little longer this time, say a month or so, and make certain that the students you expel truly have zero potential. Their futures are impacted by such a black mark of expulsion on their record, as I'm sure you're aware, so please use discretion in your choices. Reaching out to finally take his cup of tea, Aizawa mentally skimmed through the nonsense that was necessary because of the media, and nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing this, Nedzu clapped his paws together and took his own cup in hand, before continuing to speak in that cheerful tone of voice he usually had. Now that we're past the obligatory parts of this conversation, I must return to the subject for which I summoned you here. The files on your students this year, Aizawa-kun, have you read them? The black-haired man nodded again, gesturing to the folders on the table as he did so. I presume this is about Midoriya's quirk, and that little stunt he pulled during the entrance exam? What he has registered isn't technically incorrect, assuming it functions the way as is stated. Nedzu's eyes gleamed with unreadable emotion, and he smiled a little wider. I was right then, you saw it too. Quite understandable, given your own experiences with a quirk that has no physically enhancing features. I suppose this means I can get right to the point. Reaching out to the table, the principal of Yui High retrieved 5 student files from the stack and laid them out side by side. In alphabetical order, they read as Aoyama Yuga, Bakugo Katsuki, Kirishima Idru, Midoriya Izuku, and Mineta Minoru. Bakugo-kun, Kirishima-kun, and Midoriya-kun are childhood friends. As it seems Midoriya-kun is keeping the true extent of his quirk a secret, I cannot say for certain whether or not the others are aware of all it can do, but it is likely that he has shared the truth with them, given his psychological profile. Now, I understand you plan to have your students take the quirk assessment test first thing again this year. I can only guess as to what you plan to do about young Midoriya's secrecy, but whatever course of action you choose to take, be aware that Bakugo-kun and Kirishima-kun will likely attempt to cover for him. As Aizawa took another sip of the tea prepared for him, he grunted an acknowledgement, and Nedzu slid those 3 folders back into the pile. The next folder he drew attention to was Mineta Minoru's, and unlike the previous 3, he actually opened this one to look through it for a few moments before holding it out to the other. Now, Mineta-kun seems to have quite a way with the ladies. He has a history of harassment and has been caught taking rather unsavory photos, but this isn't recorded in his files. Minor infractions, as you know, are often scrubbed from the records of truly promising Yui hopefuls by the previous schools during the application process, and young Mineta is no exception. Upon his first infraction, please make it clear that such behavior will not go overlooked at this school. With an expression of displeasure, Aizawa accepted the folder and slid it back into the stack, before glancing at the last one to be singled out. And Aoyama? Principal Nedzu returned Aoyama's folder to the stack himself, a thoughtful expression upon his whiskered face as he did so. Keep an eye on him, Aizawa, and make sure he receives the right sort of attention. The rule of 3 was made for us, 4:23 p.m. We live in a society. Check your mailboxes when you get back to your houses. Mom just handed me the letter from Yui. The hardest cinnamon roll. Oh shit, what up? My letter's here too. Izuku, Katsuki, how are we gonna do this? Vid call, or are we just gonna bunch up in one house and open our letters together? Baku Boom Boom has started a call. We live in a society. Guess that answers your question. Baku Boom Boom. Hurry the F up and get in the call, Aizu. We live in a society. Right. Impatient, aren't we? Call ended. Duration, 19 minutes and 37 seconds. We live in a society. My mom is suffocating me with joyous hugs. Birby. The hardest cinnamon roll. The Jakest kej kumfkej fidom fiedkej kasems. Baku baku boom boom. Yeah, you're FING delighted out of rational thought. Congratulations, hair for brains, you don't completely SEK. The hardest cinnamon roll. HJKS. Katsukai thai. CJKS. I don't know how I feel, I just feel a lot. Baku baku boom boom. Well, you FING better feel something, you got FING first place. You beat me by ONEPOINT. The hardest cinnamon roll. I'm sorry. Baku baku boom boom. Don't FING apologize for doing a good job, dumbass. This just means I'm a DMN good trainer. The hardest cinnamon roll. We live in a society. Okay, I have returned. And you guys did really well, I'm sorry I didn't get third place. Baku baku boom boom. Fourth place isn't exactly terrible, Deku. We all know you'd have gotten first if you could use your quirk to its fullest anyways. We live in a society. Right? At least we're all in the same course. That's 2 less people I need to worry about giving me up to a higher power for cash or whatever. Baku baku boom boom. Hey, anyone who wants to try that sheet will have to go through me and I drew first. And knowing you, whoever the F you befriended during the practical portion of the entrance exam. You're like a FING friendship magnet when you're not creeping people out. We live in a society. I'm sorry, I can't really put my thoughts into words right now, JDJSKSW. Mom talked with me again earlier, and I guess I'm still feeling a bit paranoid. Or maybe not paranoid, because it's not paranoia if they're really out to get you. The hardest cinnamon roll. Hey, Izuku, we're going to the top school in the nation. The eyes of the people, the media, and all the pro heroes who teach there will be on us. You gotta admit, that makes us a lot safer than we've ever been before. Baku baku boom boom. Not to mention All Might personally training us the past few seasons like that. We live in a society. That I guess my fear does seem pretty irrational when you put it like that. I'll probably still be nervous for a while, but as long as the first week goes as planned, I should be alright. Baku baku boom boom. And if anyone gives you trouble, I'll kick their butt. The hardest cinnamon roll. And I'll be your shield while he's doing it, bro. Baku baku boom boom. Bakugu Katsuki, but kicker extraordinaire, at your FNG service. We live in a society. Thanks Kaken, thanks Ijuken. I definitely feel better now. Baku baku boom boom. Friendship, motherfucker. The hardest cinnamon roll. And yet you still claim to hate Naruto. Baku baku boom boom. Okay, no F off. That is not friendship, that is complete fake but bullshit. Hey bad guys, why are you being bad? Why don't you be good instead? Tell me your feelings, we can work it out, and you'll never have to face any consequences because you're good now. The only anime FING worse at the sheet is Fairy Tail. Every bad guy FING joins the guild no matter what they did. It's like the creator just FING saw how predictable the plot was, decided to ramp up the villains like. Oh, this guy killed his family and committed several atrocities deserving of the death penalty, he's far too evil to join the guild. And then he FING joins the guild. It's bullshit, all of it is bullshit. We live in a society. Please never change Kaken, unless it's for the better. The school campus was eerily quiet this early in the morning, though the lights were already on inside. Occasionally, a teacher or staff member would wander through the front gate and into the main building, heading to the lounge or their homerooms to start the day. This would make it easier for Izuku and his friends to explore the building, and make it less likely they'd get in trouble for doing so. As agreed, the group of 3 met up an hour before school was scheduled to start, right at the front gate. They would have traveled together, but Katsuki and Aijiro both had to stay behind to check on a few different things, so Izuku went ahead and waited for them in a tree just inside the gate. Eventually the other 2 came into view, and Izuku waved them over to where he was, observing them from a distance. As his closest friends sped up their approach at the sight of him, Izuku couldn't help but smile, and climb down from the branches he'd perched himself upon. Kaken, Ijuken. Turning to regard his newer childhood friend, Izuku pointed at his hair, peering at the bright red locks with clear interest. Ijuken, you dyed your hair. New school, new me. I wanted to change things up a little, you know? I like red better than black, and it's gonna help with my image as a hero later on, with what I have planned. Izuku was positively beaming with delight at his new look, so neither of the other two could really find anything bad to say about it. Not that they'd want to do that anyways, this just made it clear that they weren't allowed to. Nope. Not allowed to ruin the cinnamon roll's smile. So that's why you were staying behind this morning, huh? Katsuki reached over to poke at the gelled-up hair, scrunching up his nose at something as he did so, and waited for Ijuru's response. It looks alright. Among other things, yeah. I wanted to surprise you too with it. But hey, I see I'm not the only one to have made some changes. Izuku, you look great. Well, Izuku's changes were really kinda small in comparison to the ruby red hair glowing in the morning light, just a pair of fake glasses and maybe a piercing or two, but he was still pretty happy with how the look came together. Thanks, Ijuku. It's not as good as your new look though. Kaken, what do you think? Izuku brought a finger up to push at the bridge of his new pair of glasses. The unfamiliar weight settled most noticeably upon the bridge of his nose. He didn't actually need glasses to see, these were fakes, with a unisex frame that would look at least acceptable on anyone who wore them, but he'd decided to wear them anyways. It was a bit of a social experiment, really. Seeing the Ida boy before the entrance exam, yes, he'd checked who he was, had inspired this rather random course of action. It was a common psychological stigma that people who wore glasses were more intelligent than others, and out of some form of curiosity, Izuku had decided to start the year wearing them. He wanted to see how many of his classmates would be susceptible to such subtle nudges to their perceptions of others. And maybe, just a little bit, he liked the way they looked on him. I think you look even more like a nerd, you nerd. To think, the three of them had all gotten into UE, and even less likely than that, they'd all gotten into the heroics course. There were only 36 spots available for students who had to take the entrance exam, and there were 4 recommendation spots for those who had connections to heroes in high places. The odds of them making it into UE were so slim, yet it had been done. A fierce burst of pride flashed through Izuku's senses, and his grin widened as he watched Katsuki and Ijuku through the lenses of his fake glasses. I think they look good on you. They just fit, you know? Katsuki snorted, a light smirk on his face as he regarded the other two. Of course they FANG fit, he's a nerd. He just looks even more the part now. Watch one of the jocks come over to steal his lunch money sometime. He's gonna FANG need a babysitter. Bringing a hand to his chest in an exaggerated motion, and performing a suitably dramatic gasp, Izuku injected the highest degree of mock offense into his voice that he could muster. I'll have you know that I don't need a babysitter, Kaken, everyone else does. If people don't have the common sense to run from me on sight, then they clearly don't know how to handle themselves. Yes, clearly, Katsuki agreed in a dry voice, reaching over to flick Izuku's forehead and causing him to blink in response. Now let's go, we're here early for a reason, remember? Right. The group was here so early to explore the school, and now that they were all together, they could do so. Well, considering that it had been his idea in the first place, it made sense for him to start them off. Right? Time for exploration. Since we're all in heroics, I figured we'd check out that part of the school last. The most important parts of the school that we might need to know other than our own are the business and support course areas, for future development. Both will probably end up working with us when we graduate, and if my research is correct, they'll probably even start working with us before then. So I figured we could start by exploring the general studies area, then move on to business, then support, and then finish up in heroics. As he spoke, Izuku pulled a school map from his book bag and began to lead the others into the school, pushing open the door for them and continuing on. Does that sound all right to you guys? Anything in particular you want to check out along the way? Katsuki nodded, and mentioned that they should check out the infirmary when they could. Not because they were going to get injured, of course, but because they'd probably have to help one of their classmates get there sometime. Of course. Ijuku requested the cafeteria afterwards, and that was met with a hearty agreement from the others. Food was definitely a priority here. With no further requests, Izuku mentioned that he wanted to look for a staircase to the rooftop, and the three were ready to set off. Marking down the requested locations on the map, Izuku smirked at the thought of all the chaos they'd be causing this year, and led the way towards the general studies area. Excuse me. You shouldn't be wandering the halls this early. Are you planning on causing trouble before class has even begun? An authoritative voice echoed down the empty hall, and Izuku turned to squint at its source, locking eyes with a familiar blue gaze. Ida Tenya, the kid with the leg mutation, younger brother of Ingenium. And a stickler for the rules. Bold of you to assume that we're here to cause trouble when you're here early too. Ijuru memed at the Ida, and Katsuki stifled a snicker, the three friends watching him as he took the comment seriously and spluttered out a denial. I'll have you know that I would do no such thing. I am here in order to memorize the basic layout of the school and all of the areas I will be accessing on a day-to-day basis. What a coincidence, Izuku cut in, a friendly smile on his face. So are we. We just finished exploring the support course area, and we're on our way to our homerooms. Would you like to join us? I suppose I could. I haven't looked at our classrooms yet. Ida paused, blinked as though a new thought came to mind, and peered at the group with a slightly sharper gaze than before. And you are all in the heroics course, yes? No, I'm in general studies. Ijuru flicked Katsuki's ear at the blatant lie, and the spiky blonde quietly hissed in response, scrunching up his nose with displeasure. Izuku stepped forward at this, his smirk smile widening happily, and he spoke in a tone that would make up for Katsuki's sarcasm. Yeah, we're all in the heroics course. We haven't yet shared which homerooms we have with each other, as a surprise. Once we come across them, we're just gonna scatter into the rooms and see who's left. Ida squinted at the group of three before him, and turned to lead the way towards the stairs, which they'd have to take to reach their homerooms. I hope this scattering you mentioned doesn't involve running in the halls. Even though the other students are only just beginning to arrive, it could endanger someone's safety. Moving forward to walk alongside Izuku, Katsuki leaned over and whispered low enough that only the three of them could hear, as Ida was walking rather quickly ahead of them. How about we ditch the robot and run for it? Come on guys, he's gonna be in one of our classes. And we shouldn't be rude like that before we even get to know him. Ijuru whispered back with feeling, from the other side of the group. He might just be wound up 'cause it's a new year. He's sure to calm down eventually. The group entered the stairwell, and their footsteps echoed up and down the area, preceded by Ida's. Ahead of them, the blue-haired boy left the staircase and waited for the three of them in the hallway, peering down the corridor at what was likely the location of their homerooms. Izuku pointed this out as they followed, and he resumed walking. As much as I'd like to debate this, it probably wouldn't do any good to leave him at this point. It's nearly time for us to scatter. If either of you are in Class 1B, prepare to get ditched. Those of us in Class 1A, prepare to run for it. With curious glances shared amongst each other, the three friends each began to grin and get ready. While they'd originally planned to dramatically sweep into their homerooms with capes and sunglasses, they decided that it'd be better to save that for a time that wasn't giving off a first impression, and settled for just surprising each other this way. 15 minutes before class was going to start, other students had begun wandering the halls, and it was better to get to know them first before wasting a dramatic moment on them. They had to be sure that their audience would appreciate the effort, after all. Alright, on the count of 3 Ijuru peered at the others, grinning wide. 1, 2, 3. Together, the three surged forward and sprinted past Ida, ignoring his shouted reprimands to bolt into Class 1A. The few students already in the room, a six-armed teen with a mask, a golden blonde boy with a black zigzag in his hair, and a bicolored teen with a scar over his left eye, stared at them with various expressions of surprise and neutrality as they scrambled into their seats with Ida in hot pursuit. He zoomed through the obscenely large doorway, hands vigorously chopping the air as he told them off for running in the halls, and the friends still present looked at each other with sheet-eating grins. Then they realized. They were all here. They all had the same homeroom. If yes. Katsuki shouted from his seat in front of Izuku, twisting around in his seat to stare at his friends with a grin. The three had been scattered throughout the classroom somewhat, maybe separated because they were from different elementary schools, though Izuku couldn't be certain. It was difficult to see a pattern when you were missing information. At least he got a seat close to the window, and even better, close to the back of the room. He'd be able to keep an eye on almost everyone in the room, excluding the people right behind him and the people next to them, and that'd make it a lot easier to handle his quirk. With many different sources of interest, he'd be less likely to run out of investment by the end of the year. Maybe he'd be able to learn their quirks by then too. If he offered an open analysis of their quirks at some point, that might actually get him access to them early on. And of course, he'd offer payment in return for what information he gains, in the form of advice on how to better use their quirks. That was what he usually did, and it had worked out well for him thus far. Therefore he saw little reason to change it. After all, why fix something that isn't broken? Izuku snickered quietly as Katsuki received a lecture from Ida for putting his feet up on the desk, turning to check out the 3 unknown students in the classroom, not including Ida. He made no move to get up and introduce himself, of course, as he was already comfortable in his seat, and saw no reason to get back up until it was necessary to do so. Was this lazy? Absolutely. He preferred to think of it as conserving his energy, though. Coming in through the door, a few more classmates went to their seats and filled the room with idle chatter, people sharing their names and getting to know each other as well as they'd be able to until the teacher arrived. Izuku couldn't help but smile at their chatter, excited as he was, listening to the snippets of conversation he could hear and taking in the body language of each person. It was a new year at a new school, and his history with new school years indicated that he'd make new friends here as well, though his little group of 3 would likely be his closest friends for some time. Then again, it was a mistaken belief that past events affected the odds of a current event. If you flip a coin 5 times and get heads every time, you might believe that means you're more likely to get tails next time. However, the odds are still 50-50 as they've always been. If he chose to believe that the odds of making new friends at the beginning of this year was affected by his history of making new friends at the start of past years, that'd be false information, and he didn't like dealing in false information. As Ida continued lecturing the spiky blonde, Izuku found his attention drawn towards the door as it opened again, and recognized another face from the entrance exams. It was Shiro, the one who'd helped him save the brunette coming into the classroom right after him. Izuku wasn't really surprised to see either of them here, given their actions during the entrance exam and his recently gained knowledge of the rescue points, but it was a pleasant surprise to see them in his homeroom specifically. Maybe they would be his first new friends here. Of course, before he could pursue that train of thought, he'd have to deal with Ida. Said boy had finished lecturing Katsuki, turned his attention towards Izuku, and was speaking at a fast pace and a loud volume. So I must apologize. You saw the true meaning of the exam, and went to save that girl while I just stood by. You are clearly the superior of the 2 of us. Izuku felt his face begin to burn, and waved his hands in front of himself, leaning back in his desk a bit. No, not at all, I had no idea. I just did what I thought was right. Hey now, you managed to take down the 0-pointer before it could reach Uraraka here. It was pretty nerve-wracking to watch, honestly. Shiro spoke up, having reached his desk and turned towards the conversation at hand, and Uraraka swiftly followed with her own praises. It was super amazing, Midoriya. I'm glad we caught you before you hit the ground though. I would have felt terrible if you got hurt because of me. The boy floundered beneath the praise, internally screeching at the nickname given to him by a girl. Midoriya? Oh my gosh, a girl just gave me a nickname. I have nicknames, of course, I have many nicknames, but I've never been given one by a girl my age before. What do I do in this situation? Should I give her one back, or will that be too informal? I don't talk to girls, I don't know what to do. Alright, everyone in your seats. Izuku's panic thoughts were interrupted by a voice so dead inside it'd make a zombie jealous, and as the classroom quieted down, his still somewhat flustered gaze landed on its source. A rough-looking guy in a yellow sleeping bag, a terrible shade of yellow, honestly, who picked that out, made his way to the front of the room, only standing up once he was behind the podium, and SED the last of a jelly pack dry before staring everyone down. Welcome to Yui's hero course. It took you all 8 seconds to settle down. We'll cut that time in half by the end of the semester, if any of you are still here by then. The man unzipped the front of his sleeping bag and pushed out an arm, displaying a gym uniform. All of you put these on and meet up in the field outside. You have 15 minutes to get ready. Nobody moved immediately, and Ichiro raised a hand, causing the man to sigh and call on him. What do you mean if any of us are still here? Slowly, Izuku slid out of his seat and prepared to run for it, seeing the look on their teacher's face. I mean, I'll expel you all if I have to. If you're just here to play hero, go home now and save me the trouble of doing so. Making his way to the door, their homeroom teacher grinned when nobody else moved, and said one last thing that sent everyone scrambling for their gym uniforms. 14 minutes left. Better hurry. If you really want to make the big leagues, you can't waste time on pointless ceremonies. Standing in the field, Izuku resisted the urge to tug at the edges of his gym uniform's short sleeves, feeling mildly uncomfortable at the natural hum and buzz of nearby bodies. The class had made its way out to the field their teacher had directed them to, with the last straggler arriving at the 12-minute mark, and everyone had grouped together rather closely. It wasn't close enough for anyone to think they were too close together, like they were huddled or anything, but it was close enough that Izuku's quirk was acting up. Here at UE, we're not tethered to traditions. All these people within arm's reach, just a touch away from being analyzed, just a touch away from feeding his hunger for information. It would be so easy to just take what he wanted. But no, he wouldn't do that. It would be easy, but it wouldn't be right. Regardless of how his quirk affected him, being constantly activated, he couldn't just use it on others without their permission first. He'd have to wait, and while he did so, he'd just have to ignore the tantalizing bioelectricity zipping through the bodies of those closest to him. That means I get to run my class however I see fit. Taking a few steps away from the rest of the group, Izuku accidentally caught Aizawa's gaze, and awkwardly shimmied off to the side without breaking eye contact. The lot of you made it here in 12 minutes. By the end of the semester, we'll have you down to 5 minutes, assuming you're still here by then. Aizawa made another casual remark towards his lack of hesitation to expel his students, and visibly noted that the class was spooked by it, before continuing to speak. Anyways, you're all here for a quirk assessment test. Bakugo Katsuki, you got second place in the entrance exam, correct? Step forward and stand in this circle. The spiky blonde did so, a neutral sneer upon his face at the threatening words and aura of their teacher. Said man tossed a modified softball of some sort to him, and asked a question in the same deadpan he'd been talking in all morning. How far could you pitch in middle school? About 67 meters. Aizawa nodded, and gestured to the ball, pulling out his phone. Alright, throw the ball as far as you can, and remember that this is a quirk assessment test. All of you are free to use your quirks during these tests. Anything goes as long as you stay in the circle. We can use our quirks freely. Only at UE. Oh man, I'm so pumped. This is gonna be fun. An excited exclamation from several students came out at this, a pink-haired girl's voice being the most so. Unfortunately, with each remark, their teacher just looked more and more annoyed. Izuku got the feeling that he didn't agree with the upbeat sentiment, and recalled what he said about people leaving if they were only here to play at being a hero. Fun, huh? Aizawa's voice carried a dangerous undertone to it, and the class instinctively shut up, listening to him with varying expressions of, oh shit, we F'd up. Well, since you haven't yet gotten it though your heads that this isn't a game, let's pretend that it is. Whoever gets in last place during this quirk assessment will be immediately expelled, no retakes and no refunds. His glare was aimed at everyone present, emphasizing that he was being serious about this, before he returned to a neutral expression and looked at Katsuki. Throw the ball, kid. We don't have all day. The spiky blonde huffed, and turned to face the end of the field, rearing back to throw. With the class now silent, cowed by their teacher's threat, Katsuki's yell of, die, was heard by all as he pitched with an explosive burst propelling the ball far beyond where it would have landed naturally. 21 gazes followed the ball's trajectory into the horizon, and a satisfied smirk made its home upon Katsuki's face, as Aizawa's phone cried out, 705.2 meters. The class broke out into excited and awed whispers, causing the spiky blonde's smirk to widen, and their teacher gestured for him to return to his classmates. You've been taking standardized tests most of your lives, but you never got to use your quirks in physical exams before. The country's still trying to pretend that all men are created equal by not letting those with the most power excel. It's not rational. Their teacher's face darkened, And he continued speaking, never breaking the deadpan tone he'd had with him this whole time. You lot have 3 years to become heroes, and in order to do so, you need to know your baseline abilities. You need to know where you're starting from, so you can see how and where you need to improve. That's why we're skipping orientation, and that's why you're taking these 8 tests today. From the middle, Ida raised his hand and called out, "Sir, what 8 tests will we be taking?" 50-meter dash. Grip strength. Standing long jump. Repeated side steps. Softball pitch. Distance run. Sit-ups. Seated toe touch. The student who gets last place overall will be judged as having 0 potential and will be expelled immediately. Show me that it's no mistake you're here. Let the games begin. Aizawa-sensei, this is a quirk assessment, yes? In the background, Aoyama Yuga propelled himself through the air by his naval laser, as Izuku addressed their primary teacher. When he nodded, and the machine called out the times of Mina and the sparkly Frenchman, the greenette continued speaking. My registered quirk isn't suited for enhancing physical activity. How should I go about dash? You and I both know that your quirk can be used in a physical manner, Midoriya. In fact, Principal Nedzu deliberately brought this to my attention while we were reviewing those in the entrance exam. Aizawa cut him off and stared down at him with a blank expression, his gaze intense behind the neutral aura he exuded. Your classmates will find out about it eventually, so don't bother giving yourself a lower baseline than you actually have. Concealing your true abilities is important if you plan on being an underground hero, but right now, there's no point to such an action. Tell yourself that you're being careful all you want, but consider how you want your classmates to find out what you're hiding. Do you want to be honest with them, or would you rather be deceitful? Would you prefer to have more allies now, or risk making more enemies later? Izuku frowned, glancing at the other students positioned around the area designated for the 50-meter dash, and felt himself pale slightly. Think about it, but don't waste time making yourself paranoid over all the possibilities. You can't be a hero without taking risks, so don't bother cocooning yourself in bubble wrap and waiting for someone else to take them for you. Nobody is going to coddle a hero, so if what you want is stuffed bears and snuggles, go home to your parents and cry for them to protect you. As Katsuki lined up with nobody beside him, Aizawa waved a hand dismissively, shooing a thoughtful and really rather nervous Izuku towards the line. He was right he couldn't be a hero if he didn't take risks, and considering his classmates would find out about his abilities at some point, it actually might not be in his best interests to keep them hidden this week after all. Racing down the track with the starting gun, Izuku analyzed his current options. If he showed the true capacity of his quirk now, he could pretend to have limitations of some sort, other than the ones he already had. Perhaps a time limit, so they wouldn't think too deeply about the implications of him being able to learn quirks and potentially be able to use them at any time. If Izuku did this, he wouldn't be laying all his cards out on the table at once. He'd even be shuffling them up a bit. Was that enough to keep him safe, as his mother had warned him to be, or would he need to do more? Although, by saying he was more limited than he actually was, he was still being deceitful. Maybe if he never directly said that he was limited and let them fill in the blanks on their own? If they directly asked him, he'd answer truthfully, but otherwise he'd be happy to let them draw their own conclusions. It was decided, then. Izuku would analyze and learn a few quirks from his classmates, and use them to bolster his physical performance in this quirk assessment test. Who would allow him to analyze their quirk, though? Who were the friendliest students here? Excuse me, Uraraka-san? Izuku made his way over to the brunette, and smiled awkwardly, tapping her shoulder once for attention. Hey Mido-kun. What's up? The brunette was definitely friendly, a good target to approach. Plus he already knew what her quirk was, making the whole assimilation learning process easier on him. Oh, nothing much. I just wanted to ask you something. Izuku's smile was a bit less awkward, as he shifted into the more comfortable analysis mode. One of the things my quirk allows me to do is analyze things at an incredible level of detail, and if I specifically analyze the quirks of others, I can often find ways for the users to improve them. Strengths, weaknesses, potential applications, those sorts of things. Considering this is a quirk assessment test, I'm supposed to be using my quirk in some way, So would you mind if I analyzed your quirk for you? Starting out by offering an analysis would allow Izuku to learn his classmates' quirks regardless, and then afterwards, he could tell them about the ways most known copycat quirks worked. By introducing those to their minds first, they'd automatically follow that train of thought to believe his quirk was similar to those, and thereby assume that he had limitations similar. He was taking a risk while still being safe about it. I'm sure. Let me know if you find anything interesting, okay? Uraraka accepted his hand, and Izuku's attention narrowed in on the jumping nerves within her, barely noticing the interested stares of a few nearby classmates as he did so. Physical contact initiated. Bioelectric analysis underway. Given that he wasn't paying much attention when Uraraka had used her quirk during the entrance exam, he'd need a little bit of information on top of what his quirk got from her body, so he spoke up to ask a few questions. Uraraka-san, could you briefly describe what your quirk does in your own words? What does it feel like when you activate it? Well, when I touch something with all 5 of my fingers, gravity stops affecting the object I'm touching. It begins to float, behaving like it's in a zero-G environment, and that's why I call my quirk zero gravity. Uraraka paused, thoughtfully tapping her chin with a finger from her free hand. As for how it feels, it's sorta like I'm temporarily absorbing the gravity from the object and storing it in my gut. The effects of gravity on the object I touch don't actually disappear, but instead, I hold them back. Sort of like a ball of yarn, gravity is a bunch of strings, and when I touch something with all 5 fingers of a hand, I take those strings and wrap them up in a ball in my stomach. That's why I get nauseous when I overuse my quirk. Connected to the brunette's body as he was, Izuku's quirk intuitively connected the analyzed data with the responses Uraraka gave, and the signals sent through his nervous system were modified to duplicate the same effect. What Izuku was doing wasn't a direct sort of copying. Rather, it was like taking a PDF and turning it into a text document. The information was all present, but modified in a transformative sort of way so that Izuku's body could use it. Additionally, the data was stored within his nervous system in a mutative way, and thereby wasn't quite the same as ordinary copy quirks. As far as he knew, the data storage was next to permanent, and this was why he called the process learning a quirk instead of copying a quirk. Data assimilation successful. Quirk, zero gravity has been learned. Type, emitter. Subtype, physical. Activation method, 5-point touch. Symptoms of overuse may include nausea, vomiting, heartburn, excessive acid production, ulcer development, etc. Potential usage improvement, limiting the distance the absorbed forces can go, i.e. winding the gravity strings around the user's body instead of allowing them to curl up completely around the stomach. Potential effects, increased gravitational and environmental forces upon the user when used in excess. Physical damage and moderate to severe pain when done incorrectly. Opening his eyes, not quite certain when he closed them, Izuku hummed a note and released Uraraka's hand. The newly learned quirk settled comfortably into his nerves, and he briefly tested how it felt to be active, as it always was with the brunette before him. I see what you mean. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it feels like your stomach is being put under pressure from the outside when you use it, rather than being stretched out as though you're too full from a meal. When Uraraka nodded, Izuku stopped actively using his learned zero gravity, letting it settle back down like an invisible weight in his nerves. Pulling out a new notebook, he began to take notes as Aizawa led the class towards the equipment for testing their grip strength, the sound of his muttering a quiet constant as they walked along. The gravity strings you described are actually wrapping around the outside of your stomach when you use your quirk, rather than winding up into a ball inside of it. Think of it like thread wrapped around a spool, where your stomach is the spool. The more strings you wrap around the spool, the more pressure it's put under. This is likely why you feel nauseous when you overuse your quirk, and why you've put yourself at risk for so many potential stomach problems in the future. Izuku stopped muttering, pausing to look at Uraraka with concern, and let her absorb that information before continuing. It might be possible for you to wrap these strings around other organs instead of your stomach. Maybe you've been wrapping them around your stomach all this time because that's how it first manifested, or because you've never thought to try otherwise. I have to warn you, it'd be dangerous to try wrapping the strings around anything else without a doctor nearby, because you could damage yourself severely in your attempts to do so. However, if you want to experiment anyways, I'd recommend trying to wrap the strings around your skin instead. Your skin is an organ just like your stomach is, and it has a decent amount of surface area with the least amount of risk tied to it, should you use it as your new spool. Looking over the girl a bit closer, the greenette frowned to himself. Of course, this might not be possible for a very long time. Your body is used to wrapping the strings around your stomach, having been trained to do so possibly since your quirk manifested, so it could take actual years before you can wrap them around other organs. Remember to be careful, alright? The brunette mulled this over, and turned to face the greenette with 2 thumbs up and a wide smile, beaming with positive energy. Izuku suddenly regretted leaving his sunglasses at home, given the brightness this girl possessed. Thanks, Midoriya. Maybe this can help me increase my weight limit. And not having to worry about getting nauseous all the time will definitely be a big help. The sheer purity of this girl. Too much. Izuku nodded, returning the thumbs up with a smile that was returning to awkward, now that he was out of his element again. The confidence was nice while it lasted. You're welcome, Uraraka-san. Call me Uraraka. The brunette beamed again, and Izuku quickly nodded again, trying not to be blinded and also trying not to be rude. All right, Uraraka. If Mineta doesn't shape up soon, he'll be the one going home. As Ida spoke, Izuku frowned to himself from his position between Uraraka and Katsuki. He'd been chatting with various other students in the class up to this time, looking for more people willing to let him analyze their quirks, but so far having little luck. Shuji, Hagakure, Ida, Jairu, Azui, call me Tsuchan, Karo, Siro, Ajuru, and Mineta all had mutation quirks, which he couldn't properly use yet, though which he theorized he might be able to someday. Tokoyami, Todoroki, and Yaoyorozu had declined the offer for their own reasons, and he'd already learned the quirks of Ajuru, Katsuki, and Uraraka. That left 5 of his classmates he had yet to approach. Of course he's going home. All he's done is a few repeated side steps and look up the girl's skirts. Kaminari gave Izuku's quirk strange, foreboding feelings whenever he considered getting close to him, so he was planning to save him for later on. This left him the options of Kuda, Aoyama, Satu, and Ishido. Aoyama's quirk required a support item, so he wouldn't be using that, and Kuda's quirk wasn't a physically enhancing one. Satu and Ishido were his best bets, and it was fortunate for him that both of them seemed friendly, but right now there wasn't enough time to make his way over to them. He's been doing what now? Ajuru was in the field, staring at the softball in his hand like he was trying to solve the Millennium Puzzle, and Izuku was up next. While the redhead took his turn, however, the greenette got to listen to the interesting conversation between a taken-aback Ida and an irritated Katsuki. Check your ears, 4 Eyes. He's a perverted lowlife. If the teacher doesn't expel him, I might end up doing so for him. Aizawa's scarf snapped tight around Ajuru, yanking him close, and Izuku winced sympathetically at the expression of anxiety on his face. It seemed that their teacher was Eraserhead, and unfortunately, the conversation between him and Ajuru was too quiet to be heard. The students were left to theorize amongst themselves as to what they said, Katsuki glaring at Aizawa all the while, and Izuku watching with a concerned gaze. It was true that they hadn't seen Ajuru do anything out of the ordinary with his quirk thus far, and nor had he said anything to Katsuki or Izuku about experiencing any changes, but Izuku had heard what he'd done in his entrance exam from other students. Their stories told of a black-haired kid who'd taken down the zero-pointer of his battle center by using his body as a sort of living missile, but who'd suffered grievous injuries as a result. Broken legs and broken arms for his efforts to save another examinee. And he'd passed out from the pain too. This wasn't the way Ajuru's hardening worked, Izuku knew. As he shared a glance with Katsuki, he received a short nod and confirmation that the spiky blonde knew it as well. Ajuru was hiding something from them, and recalling his conversation with All Might just a month or so prior, Izuku had a feeling that he knew what it was. Take your final throw. Their teacher released Ajuru from his grasp, and his voice carried far enough to be heard again. This was the redhead's last chance, apparently, for this test. If he was being told to pack his things, as Mineta theorized loudly, that meant he'd likely be desperate. Indeed, he did look a bit scared. And desperate people do desperate things. Izuku would be able to learn from this, he knew. And because he knew this, he had to do so, both to help his friend and to fulfill the promise he'd made. Therefore, taking off his fake glasses, Izuku focused all of his attention on Idru, his quirk hungering for data on what had caught its interest. If anyone glanced over at him in this moment, they'd likely be disturbed by the eerie intensity to his eyes. It was the same look that had made children cry before. Determination sparked within Idru's gaze, and his face screwed up in an expression that screamed a mixture of fear, rage, and desperation. He reared back to throw, his body tense and his posture absolutely horrible, and he kept his gaze firmly on the horizon. As his arms swung forward, Izuku saw his gaze shift towards his hand, and followed it to see a faint red glow to his index finger just before. Yawa! Wind buffeted the class for a brief moment, dust from the field being blown about and causing people to shield their eyes. Izuku didn't do so, intent upon witnessing everything that happened, intent upon devouring every shred of information he could identify. His quirk would piece together the overall puzzle for him eventually. All he had to do was collect the pieces in the first place. He threw the ball over 700 meters. Kaminari sounded impressed, just as he had been earlier when Uraraka had scored infinity on the same test. Uraraka herself was nothing short of excited, her higher-pitched voice almost unpleasant to hear, but just within acceptable ranges so as not to be grating. Whoa, I never imagined he was this strong. Wasn't his quirk different before? His finger appears to be broken now. Very odd. Perhaps he overused his quirk. It seemed that Ida thought of an explanation for what he'd seen on his own. That was good, at least. Izuku would have to bring it up when he spoke to Idru about One for All later on. Stylishly done. Thanks, Aoyama. As Katsuki rushed forward to pull Idru off the field, scolding him the whole way, Izuku remained unusually still. He wanted to move forward and help his friend, but he had to consider the impact such an action would have on their classmates. One for All was an even more important secret than his own quirk, and he had to help Idru with it. Why hadn't Idru told him when he was given it? Did All Might forget to tell him that he knew? It was odd, but it explained the fear in his friend's eyes as the two locked gazes, followed by a swift glance away. You're wasting my time now. Whoever's next can step up. As their teacher called the attention of the muttering class back to the task at hand, Izuku turned to Uraraka. Most of his previous scores up to this point had been essentially made quirkless, other than a few he'd used hardening for, and if he didn't want to take last place, then it was probably a good idea to use the brunette's quirk now. It was an unfortunate situation, as Izuku didn't really want to take the novelty out of such a thing, but he had to display the copy-like aspect of his quirk at some point, or he'd be expelled. It was almost certain that he'd get close to last place if he didn't, not to mention Aizawa's little chat with him earlier. Uraraka, sorry to bother you about quirks again, but would you mind if I used yours for my pitch? At her confused expression, Izuku knew that he'd have to elaborate, and did his best to do so with some of the students around them suddenly interested in the conversation. Earlier I said that one of the things my quirk can do is analyze things in detail. Another thing my quirk can do is kinda copy the quirks of others. How can you do that? Do you have multiple quirks? Uraraka sounded as confused as she looked, and Izuku tilted his head to the side, trying to avoid reacting to the adorable expression she had. However, when he went to explain, Todoroki of all people spoke up, beating him to the punch. It's a composite quirk, I'm guessing. Sometimes a child will get lucky enough to have the quirks of both their parents, just as I have my mother's ice. And my father's fire. It was the most that anyone had heard out of him thus far, and when Izuku turned to look at him, he was staring back at him with a blank expression. Is that correct? He shrugged in a non-committal manner, and turned back to Uraraka, ignoring the few questions being thrown his and Todoroki's way. Those could be answered later, once Aizawa-sensei stopped staring them down like he was getting ready to approach and do something. So, Uraraka, would you mind if I used your quirk for this? Oh, not at all. It'll be interesting to see what my quirk looks like from the outside. With her consent confirmed, Izuku made a small show of touching her arm, wordlessly implying that physical contact was necessary to copy her quirk. Thanks, I'll do my best with it. Walking over to the circle, Izuku passed Idru and Katsuki on their way back to the group, and heard Uraraka's concerned query in the background. Ouch, is your finger okay? Sure. It's good. I'm good. Either Idru was lying, or his pain tolerance had gotten higher. Concentrating all that power into a single fingertip spelled disastrous results. His bones had to be broken, if not worse, and it was concerning that he wasn't breaking into tears because of it. Regardless, if Izuku didn't throw the ball soon, he got the feeling that their teacher was going to throw him. Therefore, he took the ball in hand, activated his learned zero gravity, and sent the ball flying towards the sun. Infinity again. Wow, Uraraka, even used by other people, your quirk is amazing. Copy quirks are so rare, dude. I can't believe we have one in our class. As his classmates voiced their opinions, Izuku made his way back over to the group, a small frown upon his face. He really had to talk with Idru about his quirk, and judging by the nervous expression on the other's face, he knew it too. Many secrets were being aired out today, it seemed. Hopefully they wouldn't end up biting their keepers in the buttes anytime soon. Alright, time to give you the results. I've ranked you all from best to worst. You should probably have a good idea of your standing already. I'll just pull up the whole list now. It's not worth the effort to go through each individual score. When all was said and done, the class gathered around to see the list, tension high with anticipation. Everyone was nervous about who was going to be expelled, all collectively hoping, not me, please not me dash, as Aizawa-sensei clicked a button and the projected screen went up. Izuku's gaze started from the bottom, eager to rip the bandage off, and he felt some sadness at the invisible Hagakure being placed in last. Her quirk would be very useful for more covert operations, and it was unfortunate that it couldn't help with a physical assessment like this. Maybe Aizawa would have mercy? A quick glance at their teacher's face revealed nothing, and Izuku returned his attention to the list, continuing up from the bottom to see how he and his friends had placed. Izuku himself got 8th place, just above Idru. Idru got 7th place, above Izuku. And lastly, or rather firstly, Katsuki got 3rd place, right below Todoroki. From highest to lowest, he and his friends had been ranked from Katsuki, to Idru, to Izuku. Not bad, really. The switch in positions between Katsuki and Idru from the entrance exam would soothe the spiky blonde's ego, though Izuku knew that if he'd be alright with anyone beating him, it'd be one of his 2 friends. Of course, that wasn't to say he'd just lie down and take it. No. Katsuki would use it as motivation to push himself farther, and thereby push his friends to do better as well. The greenette would have to finally push himself as well, considering that he was supposed to be using his quirk to its fullest now. Next time an assessment like this came around, Izuku would have to take everything into a more careful consideration, lest he risk falling to his complacency as he usually tended to. And I was lying, nobody's going home. That was just a logical ruse to make sure you gave it your all in the tests. At that declaration from Aizawa, the class briefly rioted, exclamations of surprise and shock ringing out. The only calm people standing around were Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, and Katsuki, coincidentally, the top 3 students in the test. They hadn't been worried at all, had they? Knowing Katsuki, his confidence had never wavered once. I'm surprised the rest of you didn't figure that out. I'm sorry, I probably should have said something. Yaoyorozu glanced at the rest of the class, a vaguely apologetic and disappointed expression upon her face. It seemed she was apologetic for not saying anything, which was obvious given her words, but the disappointment. Was she disappointed that nobody else had come to the same conclusion? Shiro gave a nervous chuckle, glancing between those closest to him as he showed his relief. That was pretty nerve-wracking, huh? I thought for sure one of us was going to be sent packing today. Nah, I'm always down for a challenge. Idru spoke a brave game, but his friends knew that he'd been just as nervous as the others had been. It was obvious in the tense posture he'd had throughout the whole thing, as he was usually a laid-back kind of guy, and now that he'd relaxed it was like things were all right again. Of course, they'd still have to have that little discussion about his quirk, once they were finally out of earshot. That's it, we're done for the day. Take a syllabus from the classroom and read it before class tomorrow. Aizawa began walking away, towards the side of the building, but paused next to the redhead and held out a hall pass to the nurse's office. Kirishima, take this and go have the old lady fix you up. Things are gonna be tougher tomorrow when the real training begins. Make sure you're prepared. As their teacher vanished around the corner, the 20 students left in the field lingered for a few moments, awkwardly silent in that way only a group of teenagers can be. Then, Katsuki broke the tension by throwing both Aijuru and Izuku over his shoulders, and wandering towards the infirmary with the sound of their classmates' surprised laughter behind him. Katsuki, I don't need to be carried, it's only my finger. The spiky blonde huffed, not allowing for any argument, and Izuku watched Aijuru's face turn red from the shoulder opposite his. You're injured, so I get to carry you. No. Aijuru's protest was futile, as were his attempts to wriggle free, and he eventually just gave in. Fian. Never skip shoulder day, huh? Izuku snickered, knowing that Katsuki had a tendency to carry his friends around when one of them was injured, but said nothing when the redhead looked his way curiously. It had been a while since one of them had gotten hurt badly enough to need medical attention, the last time being maybe a couple months after Aijuru had turned the duo into a trio, so it made sense that he hadn't picked up on it yet. Izuku though? Oh ho ho, Izuku had gotten the shoulder treatment many times over the course of his childhood, and thus had no excuse to remain ignorant. He actually kinda loved it if he was honest about it. Due to the fact that his brain had connected this action with Katsuki's form of caretaking, being tossed over the blonde's shoulder was one of the few physical things that had never made his skin crawl or itch, taking its place on the short list alongside his mother's hugs, his father's roughhousing, Aijuru's spontaneous cuddles, and All Might's reassuring pats. Izuku missed being able to casually touch people without anxiety and/or phantom pains flaring up. Well, at least his aversion to touch usually only affected him if he was being handled by others. As long as he was the one who initiated physical contact with another person, it didn't really bother him. You weren't supposed to break yourself on the first day, hair for brains. We were supposed to know where the infirmary is for the extras, not each other. Releasing a sheepish laugh at Katsuki's reprimand, Aijuru reached up to rub at the back of his neck, with the hand that wasn't injured, of course. Before he could respond though, Izuku decided to rip the metaphorical bandage off, and spoke up quietly so only the three of them could hear. About your quirk, Aijiken. You need to be more careful. Aijuru's eyes widened, and his uninjured hand reached for purchase, as though he were preparing to run. However, once the spiky blonde's grip visibly tightened around him, he made no further movement to do so. The green-haired teen probably could have handled that a bit better, whoops. Right, yeah. I guess I overdid it, huh? The redhead's eyes avoided his, and Izuku frowned, wondering what the issue could be. I'll have to be more careful about my hardening in the future. Boy. Izuku had never told his friends about his conversation with All Might, and neither of them had brought anything like it up either. They were all in the dark about each other's level of knowledge, and knowing Aijuru, he was probably nervous about revealing another secret of All Might's after failing to keep the first one. Beneath the two of them, Katsuki snorted, and cut through the tension like a knife. I'm more concerned about the other one. Wait, you know already? Izuku nodded for the two of them at the surprised outburst, and Aijuru sagged with relief, going limp and releasing a muffled groan into Katsuki's back. Oh, thank God I can keepin' his crets from my guys. Feeling the urge to laugh, Izuku tried to hold it back, but couldn't help the snicker that sounded from his lips. Then the slight bounce that occurred as Katsuki kicked open the door to the school made it impossible not to release something more, and within moments, Izuku was full out laughing on their friend's shoulder. Aijuru joined in a few seconds later, and although Katsuki remained quiet beneath them, they could feel his amusement without even looking to see the soft smirk on his face. This is just gonna be a reoccurring thing with us, isn't it? Every time we come into possession of an important secret, we're gonna struggle with the morality of keeping it to ourselves or sharing it with each other, and then the other two are just gonna show up like, yeah, we already know, don't worry about it. Secret? Never met her. The two being carried burst out into more giggles, and by the time their renewed laughter died down, they were just outside the infirmary. Katsuki set them down at this time, and opened the door like a normal person, jerking his chin towards the inside of the room for Aijuru to enter. Get yourself taken care of, and when you're done, hurry on back out here. We've got a few more things to do here, and I want to be back home in time for the dinner. Auntie's making something to celebrate our first day. Before the last sentence was even completed, Aijuru had darted into the infirmary with his slip and a call of "Ah yeah, Aunt Inko's cooking" sent behind him. The door slid shut behind him, and after a few moments, a pained yelp sounded along with the sound of an old lady's scolding. Out in the hallway, Katsuki and Izuku shared an amused glance and settled down to wait for his release.